Hello everyone, welcome here. We are in Poland, Bydgoszcz, and this is FIDE, a World Women's Team Chess Championship 2023. And in the studio, we're working for you, Grandmaster Alojzije Janković, Grandmaster Marcin Tasbir,
and Keti Tsatsalashvili.
So here we have, this is the second day of the competition, but it is the third round. Marcin, we do have two teams in both pools who have not scored any points. This is Egypt and also Team Germany. What do you think? Is this the day that they have to start to score the points?
Yeah, I believe it's their task actually to do it this day. And I believe every team will score a point at least. So it will be very, very interesting for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the games will start in a few minutes. Players are getting ready. I think it's time to take a look at the pairings of today.
Yeah, exactly. Let's check it. Many interesting games, many interesting matches. I expect some upsets today. So let's see.
In Pool A, we do have Team Kazakhstan facing France. France won against Georgia, and there was a bit of upset. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan won against India, and that was another upset of yesterday's. Ukraine will face India. Georgia will take Egypt in the Pool A. We're moving to Pool B. In Pool B, USA will take FIDE Americas. China will face Bulgaria. Bulgaria needs to score a point in this round, and we have the host country, Poland, playing against Germany. We mentioned that Germany has 0 points so far after 2 rounds, and this is the time to score. And Alojzije, this is the view of the city Bydgoszcz.
Beautiful city, beautiful matches. Everyone, I think, is eager to see what will happen now. Remember, guys, we have 2 matches a day, so it's not easy to recover after first round lost to play second round, but what to do? This is a very interesting part of this event. System is really giving you some kind of second chance, but for the countries like Germany, they really now are walking on tiny rope. They need to score, as Keti has mentioned. We can see now that some captains are already around the players, photographers doing their job. Soon games will start and we will get moves. As I mentioned before, this time, I would say that this rate of play, it's quite challenging because at one moment you are playing classical standard time control and suddenly you are blitzing your moves. In the last round there were so many blunders. I would say that players are still getting used to this time control.
That's right. We saw so much blunders yesterday, and as the tournament is going towards the finals,
this is what we want.
We're gonna see more.
We want some mistakes. We want some chances, some upsets. This is sport. This is something we like to see in this type of event.
Right, we do have a special guest in the playing venue. You guys can spot it out. There is a lot of cameras towards to this board. This is board Egypt versus Georgia, and our guest is a FIDE Vice President from Africa, Lekan Adeyemi, who will make the first move, and he chose to make the first move on the board where Egypt is playing. So we're waiting for the first ceremonial move, some of the photos, and the round 3 will kick off.
Yeah, yesterday evening we were sitting a bit together, discussing some topics regarding future of African chess, also Nigeria. I think they are a country to have an eye on. I believe that in future there will be some events. We are all happy when something is going on in Africa.
That's true. What is that?
Knight F3.
Knight F3.
Okay. Ready. Some players would be very happy to see this. Probably not returning the move back, but the lady
she's taken back. She's taken back.
So we can expect here E4, I guess, or maybe D4. But it's always nice to see some other move than the pawn push from from king.
And we have a handshake here, and
Yeah.
we are looking for the first moves. She changed the
Yes.
first move. That was
E4
E4.
Sicilian is coming. Knight f3. I can see this. Or is it, no, Sicilian, sorry, my bad. I think it's just Rui Lopez. Bishop comes to a4, classical stuff. It's always nice to see in rapid when moves have been blitzed around and everything is going super fast.
Yeah, that's right. One thing what I have noticed right before the start of this round, the first team who came at the playing venue was Team Kazakhstan. And that's something that clearly shows that they are ready to fight. They are leading the pool and they want to compete and they want to win and continue to play. And we do have Team Kazakhstan without two key players here, but still with all these young participants, they are managing to win all the matches so far.
Yeah, Asian chess is in big, I would say, boost after, of course, this Olympiad, Uzbekistan gold, which was a big surprise. Okay, there are many prominent players in that team, but they were not top 10 at the starting rating, led by a great coach Ivan Sokolov, and now I think other countries also believe that it's possible to climb to the top. So I expect that we will see more, I would say, like newcomers in terms of top chess, as Kazakhstan. I think it's doing serious job in their country in terms of organization of tournaments, but also in terms of quality and strength of the players.
That's right, and the last word is there is a special place in my heart for Kazakhstan, as I had spent quite some time there. There was a lot of world-class tournaments happening there, World Rapid Blitz, as well as World Championship, and I spent months in Kazakhstan, and that's the place where you can see that they love chess and they are respecting chess players and treating chess players in a very special place. Talking about this, why don't we just bring up the chessboard and start to analyze the match between Kazakhstan versus France?
Yeah, so on the first board we have English opening, knight f3, second move, knight f6, knight c3, and now comes this opening tabia, this e4, e6, e4 stuff. Now we will see what will be played, but I expect that player with black piece will either push d5 or play something like d6 transposing to Marozzi type. We will see what will happen here, but still out of some kind of big challenge. This one is Sicilian with knight c3, d4, sort of sidelines played by many top players these days. Sometimes after knight c6, the idea is this queen d2, and the bishop has been fianchetted to b2. Things played by Magnus and some top grandmasters. This one is also quite known, Taimanov, Paulsen Sicilian, a3 move, which was not existing like 40 years ago, but in these days everyone is trying to play some sidelines or some moves which are not like a classical to get some new position. So a3 became like a regular guest on the top games of top players. So knight c6, this all is known. Black is developing his queen side or her queen side first, and then preparing to develop the king side. Queen d2, well-known stuff. Now rook c8 probably will be played, or maybe bishop c5. On the third board, on the fourth board, we have another Sicilian g3, Magnus Carlsen style, played in his match against Vichy, and also some other games. d4, isolated pawn, classical stuff. Although white is having here a fianchetto bishop, this is typical, similar like French defense. Not much is happening at the moment. Of course, we cannot expect immediately some sharp positions, but in few moves we will get, I would say, some adventures on the board. Maybe we could switch to another match you have some suggestion what to follow?
We can switch to the same pool, the match Georgia versus Egypt. And take a look what is happening. Georgia has lost yesterday second round against France, and there was a bit of upset as Georgia's highest rated team in this competition with this lineup what we have here. They're facing Egypt, who has not scored yet.
Yeah, we could of course comment that yesterday this crazy game, we were following this really unbelievable game, which ended with this checkmate. Knights were cooperating beautifully, but the critical point of the game was this blunder when Tsatsalashvili has blundered whole rook, and now we can see that she's not in a team. Probably this and logically this blunder was really painful for her, and captain decided to rest her a bit. So Alojzije Mary is now on the first board, European champion, current reigning European champion. She's playing on the first board. Classical stuff these days. We can see this in many lines. Bishop f5, knight e5. This is mix of Catalan, mix of Slav defense, still in the book. Both players. On the second board, Nino Tsatsalashvili is playing this line, which looks that might not be a great choice for to play for a win, because now after, for example, d takes e5 or knight takes e5, this might steer to some kind of quick draw. Is this a strategy, or she will try to play for a win in any position? I'm not sure what she will do, or this is just like a match strategy. On this one is much more challenging. It looks to me that already black misplayed a bit, so it's some kind of mix of Queen's Gambit and again Maran,
sort of
anti-Maran Slav defense usually.
Yeah, the board is divided two parts. Black plays Slav defense and white plays
exactly.
decline.
But the thing is, white's bishop is out. This is the main difference, while at the same time black's one is restricted. It's inside the chain, and it doesn't feel so nice to place this type of position. And usually when you take on c4, you should be able to play e5, that your bishop is standing on d6, because if white starts to pushing e4, your reaction should be e5. In this scenario, this won't happen, so I would say that white has won the opening battle. So this game we will check. And on the last board, we have another London, right? So, or Veresov, this mix.
Which Jobava London, in fact.
Yes, exactly. Okay, these days, Jobava, Rapport, so many top players are in.
Okay, here's the thing, that whenever you play in the tournament where Jobava also plays, you don't dare to play this opening wrong, unless you played right, because he can get so upset about it. He takes it so personal if something goes in this opening wrong. But that was very sweet. And myself, I played several times at Abu Dhabi Masters, the Jobava London, and he was observing my games. And then after the game, he was always telling me how to play correctly and how to talk and what kind of strategies should I have. And it's quite nice opening, very easy to memorize.
Yeah, but I would always suggest that you start with main lines, and then you bring to your repertoire this, I would say, few weapons, few sidelines. Because if you are just always playing London or some maybe narrow opening, then you are not ready to switch to main lines, because you are afraid of massive theory. You should start to play main lines.
Yeah, that's right. So this match is heating up as well, as they have just started. We can't really predict anything, but we do have Martin here in the studio, ready to tell us something very interesting.
Hi. So I have found out that Alexandra Malzewskaja played a novelty, which I don't believe crushes black in the Najdorf line in Sicilian, but let's take a look. here after knight c3, a6, rook to g1. Of course, it's not a new move, but still not very, very popular. But now, after d5, ed, knight d5, the main line here is just to take on d5, and black may either take with the queen or with the bishop. And in the game, Alexandra used a very, very rare move, bishop to d2. But after knight c6, queen f3, and knight c3, I believe this is the best way of handling that position with black, because now after bishop e7, we can see that white may have severe problems with making the position of the king safe. So that's why bishop d3. Instead, after rook d1, of course, black would just simply play queen c7, and the king would appear to stay in the center for eternity. So after bishop d3, still, all right, queen c7 was played. Now, I believe that even bishop g5 was correct. And as you can see, when white tries to avoid the main lines in the neither variation, it may occur that black may easily equalize or even take a small advantage after the opening. All right, back to the studio.
Wow, that was very nice.
Very
and,
instructive. Yeah.
it was also very interesting. I was looking at the time situation here. It seems like black player Josephine, she was thinking and on the board and coming up with these moves on the board, and I love the way how she responds with rook g1 and g4, and I think most of the players are just afraid to see this g4 coming and attacking on the king's side, but she's holding it really nicely in this position, right?
Yeah, but I would maybe focus more on this psychological part when you're playing with white. Yeah, you have some expectation before the game. Your captain has some expectation, your team as well, teammates, and then suddenly you're blitzing some moves and you don't get anything after the opening, even maybe getting slightly worse. It's not easy, psychologically easy to handle that type of situation, because big expectation and suddenly your opponent reacted beautifully or very well, and you are without any advantage, and basically you might even need to steer to a draw. Psychologically very complicated situation. I'm really looking forward to check what will happen there.
Indeed, let's check that game back. But Alexandra Maltuskova was the player, in fact, who blundered the piece, if you remember that sequence. And then she still managed to hold on a draw, because she was fighting until the last move.
That's something we are mentioning, Keti, from time to time, how chess, it's very important in this, I would say, fighting point of view, that you are ready, even if you don't get like a position you like, or you are in a big problem, that you fight till the end, and sometimes you can gain rating, save some positions, and you can improve your results with that resilience. This is very important. Okay, let's check that match. Let's check how Poland is doing. Yesterday we had in our studio with Marcin Olivia Kolbasa. I mentioned before that she's very strong player. Now already she's having some really good results, like Olympiad in India last year, and this year European Individual Championship. So she's already an experienced player.
And that's not easy to get on the first board of the team Poland. After all, at this stage, she's quite young, 21 years old, if I'm not mistaken, and she owns these seats actually.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, when you get the medal at the European Championship, then of course you have big boost for your career. Queen b6. This is a move I was playing from time to time. It's been played by many top players like Boris Gelfand. Judith Polgar played this in her match long ago in the World Cup. I think against Dominguez, they had in regular time control this position, then later in tiebreak. Move which gives you some playable positions, but of course black is losing a tempo, claiming that knight on b3 might be out of the play. So this is first important precision, because if you play bishop d3, then there is d5 which solves black's problems. So that's why knight c3 is necessary. And here black can play either claiming that, threatening that she will come to b4, or just hoping that white will stop it, and anyway she intended to come to e7. This is sometimes funny
Nice
part.
trick.
You play e6 and you are like showing psychologically, I want to go to b4, and then your opponent doesn't play e3 and you go to e7 anyway. Yeah, so
Yeah,
this
that's
is first.
cool.
This is first thing which I would say is some kind of I don't know, let's say some strategical point. But I think we have again.
Again,
important-
Martin
yeah.
has something for us, so let's take a look at that.
Yes, I found quite a rare move in the opening in the match India against Ukraine on the second board. Of course, till now everything is very, very well known, but here the move a5 is quite a rare move. Of course, d takes c4 or c6 are the main lines, but a5 might be played. And after queen c2, actually black plays very, very fast. So she's really well prepared for that. And after rook d1, dc queen c4, b5. And now white was starting to think, Agraval Vantika was started thinking, the best line for white here is to take on b5, and after bishop a6 to play queen c6, just to exchange the pawns from b5 to e2, which seems very, very unlogical from the human point of view, that you exchange the pawn from the center to the one on the side. But it is the only way to get an advantage with white. After queen c2, which was played in the game, black responded with bishop b7. I believe that black has nothing to worry about in that position, especially with rook c8 and c5 coming. So I believe this is a very, very nice preparation of Ukrainian player. Her position is very, very good, and her time on clock as well. So this is very, very nice, I believe. Back to the studio.
Oof, a5. I've never seen a5 here in this position. I play Catalan, I think, for many, many years, and a5 in this very position I have never seen.
Yeah, as I mentioned in case of Dinara Wagner, I'm also reminding you guys that, if I'm not mistaken, husband of Natalia is very super strong player of Mamedov, who is like a top theoretician, and it's not a big surprise for me that Natalia is really, really well armed with opening novelties and ideas. It's always nice to see when someone is in every opening having some kind of idea or novelty.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's really, really nice idea, and I'm sure many people will now take a look at that and start to analyze what is happening. Shall we get back in this match? And we also got the notification, notice that in one of the game there is some sort of like changes, and let's take a look at that. Bibisara Asulbaeva against Deimante Davlite. They have a bit of changes that. And this is in pool.
Yeah, I have the game. Yeah, this is this d5, as I mentioned, this possibility, and it's quite common to play. Although I would say that white is better here. So nice e6 played, and here probably looks either some queen e2 or castles. I'm not sure that this is sound at all for black.
Yeah, that's very interesting. If we just go a little bit back, where white played e5, here at this point
94, I think.
94
yeah.
is
but
the
even I think 97 I've seen once with the point, if you take on d5, I take on e5.
Right,
Yeah,
but the
so
d4 is the least favorite move here,
yeah, I
according
think
to the engine.
she just mixed the opening prep, and suddenly it looks to me that this is beyond repair. Queen e2, I guess, should be the move, and
Yeah, queen e2 has been
played
played already. Bishop e6
necessary, and now some castle. I would say, or probably knight g5 is also a move to make, but this looks just just very, very unpleasant.
Oof, and it's just the start of the game. This is move 9, and
Usually,
you don't want to start your day like that.
yeah, usually white to have this type of position needs to sacrifice something, and in this scenario she got it for free, which of course it's a big success for the team.
All right, let's.
You
let's
want to stay with this match, or?
I was actually wanted to suggest to check out how Team Bulgaria is doing, because we do have on the first board women's world champion Antoneta Stefanova lost 2 games in a row, and she's still playing here. She has to play because Team Bulgaria has 4 players.
Yes, but you have some type of players who are really suffering when they are in bad shape. If they lose 1-2 games, you can forget their future positive results. Either they steer to a draw, or they don't even think about winning. But Antoneta is a former world champion, a very experienced player, top player. If I'm not mistaken, her career high was even close to 2,600. So it's really, really a great player. It's the type of player you put in, let's say, in football till the end. She can score a goal even if it's not her tournament, not her day. So I'm pretty sure that she will fight back at some stage and score one important victory. Is it today? I'm not sure. But I would never underestimate her back. Yeah, that she will come
that's
back.
true. But the only tough thing is that she has to play on the first board, and on the first board she has the toughest opponents. It's not never easy day for her.
I understand, but also her opponents are aware that danger is always around. They are not underestimate her. No. Yeah, so they will play careful.
Yeah, I did like very basic calculation yesterday and find it out that she became women's world champion like 19 years ago, and some of the participants are not even 19 years here, and like some of her opponents, which is so funny.
She is clearly a leader in this team, not veteran, but of course very experienced player. How many matches, tough matches she's played, she has been playing in her career. It's really, really admirable. So
and experience you have throughout these years, that it's also something that gives you so much confidence.
Yeah, as you can notice, I'm mentioning this psychological point of view many times in chess. I think this experience is very valuable, because you know that even things don't go your way, that you can recover at some stage. Just to be careful, just to move on, not to be too pessimistic about your future games. So let's check the third board. So first board, classical stuff. Neo Steinitz, Rui Lopez, quite a playable opening for a player who wants to win. I remember many games of Mamedjaro who was using this. So white is slightly better, but you have playable position. This one looks slightly better for white, but maybe nothing special. On the third board, we have a little bit more adventurous position. This looks dangerous for black, because initiative is clearly in white favor.
White has so active pieces.
And we can just finish with this one. Classical slight plus for white, but not much is going on. So at the moment, in this match, third board looks critical for Bulgaria.
Third board looks something very interesting that we can come back and dive into the analysis. But before that, we do have Marcin in the studio once again with some of the updates.
Yes, exactly. Very, very interesting, very non-classical game in the match Poland against Germany. Monika Soczko is facing Dinara Wagner. So everything started with d4, e6, c4, b6. So only the pawns for the first 3 moves were moving. So it looks like not chess but checkers, but rather. But okay, knight c3, some development of pieces as well. But now, as you can see, h4, the modern, I believe, approach to attack your opponent as fast as possible. If there is a fianchetto going, you just attack it with h4, And after d5, if your opponent attacks you on the side, try to react in the center. And after h5, de, knight to e4, knight b to c6. This is the novelty. And white is still thinking, already has only 27 minutes on the clock. So I believe it was a good way of handling that game by Monica, preparing some rare line, playing quite fast, and now bringing some problems to her opponent. But this is the thing I believe you will have to look at, because everything can happen in that game, I believe. All right, back to the studio.
Wow, this is very interesting. I don't know what is the engine evaluation here. White started this kingside attack, and black just decided to go in the center and to attack in the center. I think that's very nice strategy.
Yeah, but who wouldn't take white in that position? Everyone, we all like to have that type of position, that you have initiative, you're pushing, your opponent is on the last 3 ranks. So it's, of course, a position enjoyable from white.
Yeah. Wow, this is a match we want to take a look. Why don't we just go there? Because 2 games that Martin brought in the studio was very interesting, and that happened in this match, Poland versus Germany, and it is so crucial this day for both teams, because it's a tough competition. Only 4 teams qualifies out of these 6 teams to the next stage, and they are fighting for their best.
Yeah, so as we mentioned on the first board, you will see that Olivia was playing this bishop f4, a bit of sideline, but not so big one, and then came this h6, very interesting move. e5 was played. This is some kind of superb theory. Knight h7 looks awkward, but there is a point. So black has found a way to hide her knight, and long term she will castle and then prepare some push or playing aside. I would be a little bit worried with black in this type of position, but as we mentioned before, Elizabeth is a very skillful player. Here h4, the idea is to restrict the knight, and always rook lift is on the menu. Bishop b7, rook h3. So at the moment looks better for white, but it's Sicilian. In 1, 2, 3 moves, situation can be completely changed. Let's move to the second board. On the second board, has something changed? We have this exchange of the h-file, f6 played. I would say some kind of necessity. Black, she realized, Monica, that she needs to react quickly, because if white manages to bring her queen on the h-file, she will get mated.
That's right. If we just go a little bit back here in this position, with white played a3, move 3.
Okay.
This was my favorite move to play as a youth player, because most of my opponents thought that I wanted to play b4 here. But in fact, I want to play knight c3, save without bishop b4. I don't want to give up my beautiful knight for and double my pawns. And very often my opponents would respond me a5 to stop b4. And I was like, you know, this satisfaction that you have after this move, that actually what came to my head, right, when you said that you can play, if your opponent plays a3 in the previous position to avoid bishop b4, you just play bishop e7. That's actually where you wanted to play. That was my card in that situation.
It's always
playing
nice
a3.
that you have some kind of strategy behind. But here the point is, this a3 came as like Tigran Petrosyan move, because he was a really big master of prophylaxis. The point is, if white plays e4, black can either give check or to prepare a pressure on e4. And after knight c3, there is this move you mentioned, Keti, and basically the whole story is here around this e4 square. Black is trying to get the control with the bishop b7, f5, or knight f6, and putting pressure on the knight on c3, while white is trying to gain this control with few preparatory move, and then came this a3. And now normal move is for black is to play f5 or bishop b7. This is typical way to play. There are some players who like to play this type of positions. But here came this g6, which is basically I want to take you out of the book and get some playable position. Although these days everything has been played, so you cannot invent much. This is also typical, and we don't want to repeat what Marcin has said. So let's move to the third board. Here already things are far away from the opening phase. Of course, black has solved all her problems. I would take black in this position because after h5 and long term, black has this pawn majority. Knight has been restricted, bishop as well, so potential is in black's favor, although this bishop is super strong and this is the asset of white. We will see what will happen there, and on the last board, things are much more complicated. We have a blockade. White looks better in terms of some kind of pressure on the queen side, but on the other hand, you have like King's Indian style of future attack on the king side. If I would be white, I would seeking the way how to reroute this knight to some other place, so probably c3 is the route you want to take, either through a2 or to e2 and c3, but after f5 also black can combine threat of bishop exchange, because when black exchange those bishops, of course she's solving all her problems. To me looks that black is having a very good position.
Right, seems very, very
Is there a match we haven't touched? Maybe India, Ukraine, or US?
We have to take a look at that, yes.
Okay.
We have to take a look
Why
at
not?
that match.
Let's switch.
Let's go to USA FIDE America.
Okay.
This is very interesting on the first board. Something very strange is happening.
Oh, we have
Where's the queen?
queen sacrifice.
Blunder.
We
Queen
have
blunder.
but let's leave this to Marcin. Let's check the second board.
Yes.
Marcin has specialized for blunders, guys. So this is his zone. We won't interrupt or interfere there. So let's check. Let's find some other games to follow. This position looks slightly better for white, but nothing more. Let's go back to Marcin to see what is going on in that game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Where the queen go?
The thing is, you don't have always to believe in the machines, because I believe it is a problem with the connection from the board to the computer. So because there was a regular opening, nothing special, right? And here, just on the broadcast, we can see that black played queen d5, which is of course didn't occur on the board. I believe black played queen d1 and rook d1, and here we have such a position on the board. And with bishop c5, bishop c4, the position is roughly equal. And the broadcast shows that black played queen d5, just losing the queen in one move after knight d5.
No, this was not it.
Yeah, of course, this is a problem of a connection between the board, right? And then the white played queen d5. Now something is wrong, right? I don't believe that this position occurred on the board. Something is totally wrong.
That's crazy.
So let's make CSI.
So you don't have every time to believe in the machine.
CSI Bitgosh, let's try to find out how this position happened, because now looks like a normal position, right?
Almost right, but still I don't believe this is the position on the board. I will check it, maybe.
So
that
I
is
will come back
funny
in a
to
moment.
see this box. But for the viewers, for the family members who are watching this, for them, they don't understand why you play these moves. Once I had a situation, I had to talk for 1 hour to my grandmother because she was telling me that I blundered a piece. I have never did such a thing. And then I had to explain because she saw this move on the board and she didn't understand why that happened. But usually that happens because of the bugs. And I think by this point, it will be already corrected by the arbiters.
Exactly. Yeah, in the meantime, let's move on to other games. Hopefully they are correct. In that match we have on the third board, we have complicated position. This one is very interesting to follow because we have opposite castles. Who is faster? It's not easy to say. It looks that black is already maybe putting pressure, but on the other hand, white on the king side is restricting the black knights and preparing also some pawn push. What would you say in this position?
It's very
Which
interesting.
pieces you would take?
You know, I usually play this kind of openings with white, but with short castle. And now as the king is on the long castle, that's such a game changer here, because black starts the attack on the queen side with b5, and white is also having some space and advantage on the king side, and it's so difficult to find out like which side to choose. I would actually go with black here. Because it's more easy to play with black. You can even sacrifice 1 or 2 pawns here on the queen side just to open up the files for the pieces and activate. And for white, it's not so easy to start the attack. If you push the pawns forward, if you play f5, then you give up the e5 square. If you play h4, h5, you give up the g4 square. So that's not so easy for white.
Yeah, now white, she needs some smart rerouting or the way to move on. Although pieces look centralized, yeah, black probably is doing better in this type of positions. Let's check the last board. Here we have some position where white is behind in development, black is ready to get the control of dark squares. Looks good for black. So maybe it's time that we switch to Ukraine.
I do have one suggestion before we do that. Let's go and check out once again Georgia, Egypt board 2.
Okay.
Because something might happen there in that position.
Sure. So, board 2.
Board 2, we have Vafa Shahanda against Nino Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah,
and if we go just a little bit back,
the comment was that after bishop f4, maybe the position is steering to a draw, that maybe the choice of black was not ideal, because since I think that she's much better rated, if I'm not mistaken. So usually if you're better rating, you're trying to get some chances to win, but maybe the strategy was to be solid. Now it looks that, of course, white, she could have taken with the knight as well, but she wanted to put pressure. And it seems that white is pawned down without any compensation, or maybe there is something. Okay, she will try to put pressure on the b2. Let's say that if I return my queen to f3, how would you move on? There is some kind of initiative potentially in the black hands, but I'm not sure. It looks to me that white is clearly on top in this position, which might be a problem for Georgian team.
Yeah, what an unexpected
outcome of the opening.
Yeah,
on this board, you were expecting some safe position for black.
Wow,
but things are really going fast, because every few minutes I see Marcin with another position.
Marcin wants to
What's going on?
be always on camera. Marcin, what happened?
I just wanted to tell the exact position on the board. I have checked it now. So there is no pawn on d5, but on e6 in that line. So just as I predicted, black took on d1 with the queen, and after rook d1, bishop took on c5, and so on, right? This variation I was giving. So actually the position is different than that we have on the broadcast. The pawn, instead of being on d5, stands on e6.
Yeah, instead of isolated pawn, we have like a symmetrical structure.
Yes, exactly.
Which doesn't sound so interesting, so adventurous, but what to do?
But just to make it clear, right?
Okay, so guys, you learned about the correct position. Thank you, Marcin.
Yeah, that's very interesting indeed to clear it up. And what is also very interesting, team Kazakhstan versus France on the first board that we were looking so much on. I think things are more stabilized now
Let's
for
check.
Team France.
So you mentioned this first board, right?
I love these kings, both of them on the E file. How is that Bonclad, or what's the name of it? King E7 and King E2.
King E2, yeah, Bancloud, yeah.
Yeah.
When you play second move, you play King E2, yeah.
Have you done that?
No, I'm old school guy. Come on. I'm not.
Unless you're forced to do it.
Yes, probably I will also evaluate, but yeah.
All right, what happened here? There was one small detail, if we go all the way back, where White had a chance to get move 12. I think that's the...
This looks really strange that that Black managed to come out of its lost position. Well, what has happened here?
Yeah, here everything
let's-
looks so good, right?
Is it? Okay. DC, from my experience, I would make castle. I would just bring the pieces. I'm not interested in collecting the pawn back. So this would be my style. I always like to play that type of moves. So, okay, DC3, of course, is reasonable one, but maybe castle is more to the point. Queen takes F6, bishop G5, okay.
It looks normal move.
Yeah,
You're attacking the
bringing
queen.
the rook.
And
Okay,
D1 also looks good.
but is this a move which threatens anything? Maybe it
Yeah,
was
that's a good point, because here this is a key point where
Yeah.
Bibisara could take some advantage. I got my eyes on the engine, and engine says go bishop d3.
bishop D3,
But
exactly,
this is not
challenging the
so
queen.
easy move, right? The bishop is doing great job pinning the knight on c6, and rook d1 is developing move. But the idea of bishop d3 is that you are chasing the queen. After bishop d3, queen goes on d5, and then you play rook to d1.
Yeah, this is probably good. Maybe she was not sure with queen G4, maybe targeting that one. But probably this is just bad. Maybe some H3 already,
H3 and
then
castle, yeah.
No, queen D5 is better. You're right. What has happened? Why she didn't play it? I'm not sure. So rook D1 looks to me as some kind of waste of time, and giving White precious move to come out from the initiative. Takes. Yeah, she was heading for a pawn, but now it doesn't look dangerous at all for black. So I would be very happy now with black. Probably I'm equal, or I will find a way how to get massive exchanges.
And King of Fate
Yeah.
will just be played next move, and somehow your pieces are standing together. This double pawns on c file might give black chance to start some kind of counter-attack on the queen side, rook b8, and annoy the pawn on b2. So at this point, you see White's position looks everything perfect, because this pawn structure looks quite connected and nicely standing, but black has a lot of activity together with the bishop and queen and these two rooks. Black can start very, very nice counterplay.
Probably there's some kind of normal line would be knight takes c6, king f8, you have bishop b3. Maybe you don't, I have queen
Just
d3.
the problem is that
Castles, if you
the
go
king
bishop
and the
b3,
queen are both on
maybe
the
I
file.
have this. But
Oh.
you taken bishop c4. Always I'm dropping the exchange. So you take and then bishop comes to c4, which is unpleasant. In this case, I need to find something else. This is not... but I have 97 now, I see it. Is this changing something? Maybe not.
Castle has happened. Bibisara was too concerned about this pin on
Castle
e-file.
probably is the move you want to make now.
Yeah.
King go to f8, and now covering this knight with rook e1 or something.
Yeah, also a very interesting game is on the third board in this match. Here we have Asal against Mitra, and this is quite nice position for black. Look at these two bishops, just aiming the king on the long diagonal, pawn on h4 looking for to be pushed on h3, and white felt this danger and just played queen to d6 to trade the queens. But there's also some weaknesses on the queen side. For instance, after king to e7, rook to c8 will be now the serious threat.
I don't think that this is dangerous for black. So king e7. You said rook, rook d1. Yeah. So now I need to just play bishop c6 and kick your rook with bishop b8 and
bishop
with
e5.
bishop e5. I would be happy to play this one with black.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe queen d6 was not a panic reaction, but not the best one, because with queen on the board there are chances that white will generate some initiative long term. This way king will end up at d7, perfect square, connect the rooks. Looks very good for black. So at the moment we don't have any result, right?
That's true.
So, yeah,
all the games are
all
still
the
in
games
progress.
Are in progress, which is nice. Maybe we can check the playing hall to see a bit how people are in terms of body language, nervous. So mostly they are sitting. I see some players have left their boards. Okay, this is also typical strategy. Sometimes Magnus was doing that even in the Blitz games, or some Indian grandmasters. This is also typical psychological warfare. What's going on now? Yeah.
Oh yeah, when you play rapid or you play blitz tournament and your opponent walks out of the board, you know that you did something wrong.
Okay, sometimes it's also okay. This is a sign of happiness of one of the player. I was in problems. Now I'm fine again. I'm happy that I can walk around a bit to show you that feeling.
You
to my
are
teammates
in my
and
home
everyone.
preparation.
Yeah.
Just let you know about that if you don't know already on the board.
So which game to choose? Which match? Maybe we could stick to one.
Yeah, let's go Ukraine, India.
Yeah,
we have not checked that. And also, meanwhile, I would like to just shout out to our viewers on YouTube, Twitch, and also on Facebook, and encourage you guys to let us know from which country are you watching us, and who is your favorite team in this competition, and who do you think gonna win? Yesterday we were talking about top 8 teams from both pools, and it was quite tough to choose those 4 teams from each pool to qualify to the top 8.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned a few times that this system is really interesting till the end, because you have this chance to qualify. It will be you just need to be like 4th, right? And then you go to KO phase, which means that maybe some 4 points might be enough, 5 match points, which is not so much. Yeah, it's always possible to get it. What's going on? Ushenina still thinking. What is this?
What is this rook b1?
It's probably just a mistake. Yeah, so rook c1 played, classical stuff, but there is something wrong with the transmission? I stopped here. Yeah. Okay, this was played slightly better for white, but it's of course holdable, and some players will easily exchange everything and make a draw here. Black will now bring her king to e7. White is slightly better. Bishop goes to f3. Maybe white will try to gain this isolated pawn position, pawn structure with some idea. So it is slightly more pleasant for white, but as I mentioned, good players will know how to handle this one, and Harika is for sure ready to hold this position. This one we already seen. 95. So white is changing her strategy. This is typical Catalan exchange, because after bishop takes, king takes g2. In some endgame, king is even ready to march quicker than black's one, and also white is trying to gain a control of light squares when the bishop abandons his position, its position on b7. It's still unclear what's going on, but I'm not sure if the clock is right. Maybe it is. Again, Vantika is burning a lot of time.
She likes to use her time on the clock, but then somehow she managed to play so well on this low time on the clock. We have seen her winning the very tough position where she had to remember all these lines. And I believe that's some sort of skills that some of the players, like for instance Grishchuk has, and you also mentioned earlier Ina Kaponenko, who can burn on the time and still play very
Stefanova
good.
as well. There are some players who want to take decisions seriously in the opening and middle game, and then later they think that by their talent, intuition, they will handle the late middle game or end game, being low on time. Ina, okay, changing her strategy. 23 minutes on the clock. Either this was like a captain suggestion, but it seems that she's playing much faster. To me, this position looks, of course, slightly better for white because of pair of bishops. Still, black is reasonably positioned. And we have like on the last board, Rui Lopez style, this rook lift. Black seems doing very well, but of course white also should have a normal position. So, which game is the most interesting from we have seen? Maybe Wagner-Sochko, or do you have any other favorite where things are already quite challenging for one of the players?
Yeah, I think Dinara Wagner and Monika Sochko is the game that is very interesting because both players are doing their best to use these chess principles.
Also, Keti, we mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, we mentioned Bulgaria, then the third board, it's a critical one where Krasteva is playing against Guo, and let's check that one. Has something changed here?
Oh, a lot of changes last time. So this was white having very nice initiative in the center.
Yeah, but what I see that
is extra pawn.
No, it's extra pawn, but for a one move. So now bishop c5 forced, and black decides with which piece to take. Of course, knight is more logical, and to stay with the bishop
versus knight.
It looks that Krasteva has solved her problems very convincingly. So she took. Yeah, nice point. Very nice. Very nice. Bishop c5 forced, and now she can take with the knight, stay with the bishop. Looks slightly better for black. And basically, my assessment was not so deep. Now when I look at it, it looks that black is doing perfect.
Yeah. The point we saw after e4, I loved white position, but now what we have seen so far, black never had any problem, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go back to Sochko and Wagner position, because that looks like something hidden that's going to explode very soon. This is the second board of Poland.
This one also might be interesting. This game, but let's check the game you mentioned. Okay, it seems that the worst for black is over, although initiative is still around. Yeah.
And there's no checkmate so far.
Yeah, checkmate won't happen in this game.
Queen to d3 has been playing the latest move. Is white going now to long castle?
Yeah, long castle, and then combining some g4 to open the position. Still, I would be worried with black. Since potential of white pieces is much higher, and it's not easy to generate a counterplay. Although white is burning a lot of time, so she's also not so happy either. Yeah, this is the game to follow, because as Dinara is already long time, we will have some moves much quicker than other. Maybe we could now use some possibility to mention a few things about the championship. So we have 5 rounds in each pool, right? and then chaos system of quarterfinals.
That's right. We do have 6 teams in each pool, and only 4 of them can qualify to the top 8 teams. And it's so tough to say goodbye to any of these teams because they are very, very strong, all of them, and they're putting enough fight to rest of the teams. And so far, we have some leaders in each group, but we don't know yet if that's going to be the final picture.
Yeah, and also we have tiebreak after the quarterfinal in case of even matches, but in pools we do have criteria when case of sharing place, if case of sharing place will happen. But in quarterfinals, in KO phase, we will have tiebreaks with blitz tempo, with 3+2, which will be also very interesting to follow. As I'm coming back to Global Chess League, they started with rapid, but in the end it was blitz, which was
in the end it was a hard attack.
How was because you were on the face of the place, how was your
I was
experience?
in the middle of the playing venue when that happened. And so we had 2 teams, 2 very strong teams. Both teams were sitting in the playing venue. We don't have that very often at a chess competition when your teammates are still in the playing venue and watching all these emotions. And then we had a card, and the name they were just making these pulls out of the cards and the numbers of the cards. So I remember number 6 was very, very lucky for Team Trivia at the Global Chess League. And the final emotions was something like movie-like. It was so tense. All the people were just waiting for the result, and there's like almost 50 people in the playing venue just working for this. We had 50 cameras in the playing venues, and each camera had a cameraman. We had producers there, we had arbiters there, we had also the players. So you can imagine more than 100 people in one venue waiting for one game. And we had draw. We had another draw and a draw again.
Really
and a draw.
Drama, yeah.
And this was actually broadcasted on TV. It was not like this show that it's broadcasted on YouTube and you have plenty of time and the tournament can last forever. But on the TV, you have some time and it should end and the other program should start, right?
Yeah.
So everybody were like, how it is going to end?
Yeah,
When it's going to end?
Yeah, during commentary I was doing this on Croatian TV, we were laughing and like, can you believe that we will have like a drama till the last moment and the Biera wins?
Yes.
Having a horrible day in the office and suddenly he's a hero and this happened in the end. Guys, we might have similar case here. Who knows what will happen? We are keeping our finger crossed, but before this happens, let's see what do we have today. Some small drama. I believe that Marcin has something again.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the game from the match Kazakhstan against France. Asel Serikbay against Mitra Ejazipor. Here Black played bishop c5. Trying to exchange the bishops, and White has decided to give away the pair of bishops. As you can see, Black was really well prepared, 43 minutes in that moment. Bishop took on f6 gf. It may seem that Black has destroyed pawn structure, but on the other hand, the king is very safe. The g file is semi-opened, so there is a counterplay coming, so we can see h5 immediately, trying to push on the king side, rook to e1 and king on f8. Of course, I don't need to castle if I have this pawn structure in the center. The king feels very, very safe on f8. Bishop to e2, h4, pushing forward, rook a to d1, rook to d8, bishop to f3, queen to c7, and now we can see that Black tries to put all the pieces into the attack, rook to g8, bishop to a7 to d8, and so on. So White forced to exchange the queens, but as we know, usually in the end games, in the Sicilian opening, Black is doing extremely well, especially having a pair of bishops. And here we can see that after rook to d3, black stands a little bit better. Of course, the advantage is not that huge without the queens, but still I believe the knight on c3 does not have a good route to improve, and black may try to push with f5. I believe even now f5 was the move to be done immediately, just to put a pressure on the center. But as you can see, white's time is much worse here, and I believe black will try to improve the advantage here. Back to the studio.
Yeah, this is very nice position for black indeed. And you know, Martin, I was playing this kind of positions with black, and very often I was castling on the short side because I thought it was one of the chess rules to castle rather fast, and I was getting checkmated myself. That the plan was to checkmate my opponent, and I told my coach, why I'm getting like, I don't want to play this anymore, I'm getting checkmated. And he just told me, like, you don't have to checkmate here, keep the king in the center, and then after just knowing that my king is safe there, I trust my coach, and in fact when I played then several games, this king is so safe, safer than the white's king, which is castled on the short side. So this is quite nice endgame, and we might see very, very nice end of the game. But meanwhile, the match that we were looking before, Martin brought this endgame, is kind of improving more and more. And in fact, if we just bring now the chessboard on the screen, there's very interesting situation. After knight c3 here, I got my eyes again on the engine, and engine says, go for knight e5. This is such a cool move. You're attacking the queen, you are opening up your light square bishop, and in case if white takes knight e5, you take f takes e5, and then you are putting extra pressure on d4 pawn.
Yeah, this is a move you would love to make if it works. This is a game changer maybe in this position, so I expect that black will play it. So Monica is very experienced because if you take a look what has happened, just she made this rook d8 probably with this intention, so she's now calculating what is the effect of that move, so we can expect it on the board. This game we will follow. Just briefly, let's check what's going on here in this match. We have some initiative of white. This looks very tough for Elizabeth, unless she has something up her sleeve. Very unpleasant position. Bishop g5 is a threat, but maybe some bishop g7 will make her position safe. We will see, but looks very unpleasant. I would be very worried, but maybe she has a way to come out. Bishop g7 or bishop e7. On the third board, already okay. Black has two bishops, but this f4 was important move. Okay, maybe white could hold that one. Last one was very complicated, and the one also which will be very interesting to follow quickly. Queen g7. I like the move because bishop b6 just drops the rook. Rook takes, and bishop d4 is the point.
Oof.
So what will happen here? Quite curious to see.
With queen g7, actually bishop d4 is a threat, or that's not
bishop d4
anything?
Because this knight is really dominated by a black pawn.
Oh, can we do instead knight e1, knight c2 first?
Knight, which move?
Knight e1 and then knight c2 to go after the dark square bishop?
Yeah, okay, we could. But I think first option, first threat is to maybe jump in, because then queen can penetrate as well. But as you mentioned, also knight e2, knight c2.
There's knight b4, knight c2, looking even better.
Several threats, although probably this is holdable in somewhere for white, but it looks scary. I would be very afraid to play this position with white although
Yeah,
maybe
with this
it's-
octopus knight
yeah,
on
we
d3.
could stay here a bit more, unless we do have some new events on some boards. We might stay here for a while.
We
because
like this
match-
position so
yeah,
much. We
this
want to
match is
enjoy it.
Very interesting.
It is.
Yeah, because also it's like a turning point, maybe for both teams. Okay, Poland has a chance to still stay in the race for the KO phase, but for Germany it's like last moment.
It is really, really the chance that they have to score points here, not only one, but several points for Team Germany. And we do have margin here with very interesting game that he wants to demonstrate as something nicely played by Mary Arabidze, if I'm not mistaken. Martin, what happened in this game?
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, I want to show it because there is a thing I'm really afraid of when playing against d4 players to obtain such a position, to be honest. Let's take a look. It seems like a regular position still, but now white forces black to exchange some pieces and get advantage in the center. The pawn on b7 is hanging, so that's why knight b6. And of course, because of the spatial advantage, white does not exchange the pieces. And here, after playing a few moves, she played with e4, a great pawn structure in the center. And of course, the problems with the minor pieces of black. The knight on c8 doesn't seem to have a good square. Rook to e8. I believe knight to d6 with the idea of putting it on b5 would be better. But black played rook e8, and let's take a look how Mary manages to improve her position all the time. Bishop a3, rook to b8, queen to e2, and after b5, attack on the other side. Black does not have any counterplay. Of course, black wished that white took on b6 with their pawn and passant, and after that, black may have some counterplay on the queen side, but instead g4 is coming, and I believe I wouldn't like to play that position with black, and white is still improving. Queen f3, time troubles, worse position. I believe white will easily convert that game, but it was a very classy and classical style of that game.
Oof, nicely done by Mary to show to the opponent what it does mean to have space advantage on the board with these 4 pawns going forwards. And now in this position, she even has a plan to play maybe king h1, rook to g1, and start to annoy the king as well.
Or even e5, f6 pushing.
Oof, that's even the strongest and right of. Oh, she plays h6, and this game is continuing so fast. They have not that much of the time on the clock. Thank you so much, Martin, to give us these updates. And in this very match, Georgia versus Egypt, there is a very interesting situation on the third board. Shall we take a look at that?
Yes.
So we do have here, I think this is the match where the evaluation goes up and down all the time. Very interesting.
Georgia, right? You mentioned?
It's a Georgia versus Egypt. This is
the position. Looks very bad for black. Some
right,
tactics.
something went wrong. If we just go back on the move 28 before we have there, and at this point, black has this weakness on this diagonal, right? And the queen c3 just aiming black's king out there. And black played e4 here, looking for some kind of counterplay on the e file, but it allows some moments d5, very unpleasant check, not right away necessarily, but white went for bishop to b1, attacking the pawn on e4, and then e3 was simply faced by bishop takes the bishop, and now king comes on f2.
Yeah, so the follow-up would probably be pawn takes bishop, or to exchange on e1 everything, but this is queen takes on e1 and then queen e8. It's a problem, so probably g takes f5. And now it looks that white is having a killer, maybe d5 now, with the point that you are pinned after bishop. Maybe I can take take and maybe even push or play rook e1. This looks
Right. Oh,
yeah,
right.
this looks bad because if you protect, maybe some knight d3 will follow. It looks that it's just winning for white. So probably this game is on the verge of losing. I don't see any chance that black hold this one, which means that white is winning here. This one we mentioned in this match. Pawn up for white. This is a tough position to handle for Nino. That means that on the last board it's important that Salom she doesn't loses, but it looks that she's winning. So Georgia is cruising very convincingly in this match. I would rather come back to Poland against Germany. This match is the one to follow. We can briefly take a look of Bulgaria because, as I mentioned here, I'm expecting from Bulgaria to show their real strength. They were struggling on the first day, but today I think that they might change the situation. This is hard to evaluate. It looks that black is doing fine, although this knight f5 might be scary. On the second board, this looks like a classical advantage for black, but still some backward pawns, isolated pawn pair. Not easy to say because those pawns are also weakness. Hard to say, but I would prefer black. And we have on the third board what's going on here. Yeah, here Krasteva is slightly better, and last board still fighting. Yeah, so I think I suggest that we switch to Poland against Germany, but if we have something coming from Marcin, we can of course take a look always if there is any new adventures.
Yeah, I believe it's quite interesting thing. We were discussing that position briefly before, and now we said that black does not have any problems in that position, but let's take a look at the game. White has exchanged the bishop on f6, and after knight c3, black played queen e8, just supporting the pawn on b5. And after knight e5, there was an exchange of the bishops on the long diagonal c5, and now very nice move d5. And just here, there is a big mistake of black. Black should have played b4 immediately, forcing the knight to move. Instead, Natalia Buksa played e5, and after a4, the knight is created a very, very nice spot on b5. And so white obtained a great advantage. After queen d7, knight go to d2, then it is heading to c4, attacking this very, very poor bishop on d6. So as you can see, this is the crucial moment of the game, I would say. This e5 move was played very, very fast, and it brought great advantage to white after a4, which was done in a game. So I believe white should convert that advantage already to the whole point after all. All right, back to the studio.
Oof.
Yeah.
I don't like this bishop on d6. It looks like a tall pawn.
Yeah, this whole position looks horrible, but some skillful defense always can make white's life harder. So,
can I ask one question? Because when white decided to give up the bishop, there was move 12, bishop to f6. There was a voluntarily decision to trade your dark square bishop to the knight, and those knights are fighting for the same squares. Why white decided to do that?
I believe this is because of the lack of space for that place for that bishop, to be honest, because if black manages to play rook c8, then to play c5, and so after, I don't know, let's take a dummy move, right? King h1, and after rook c8, king g1, c5. If I open that position, then it seems that black has a spatial advantage. That is why white tries to exchange some minor pieces, just to have some air for the others. That's why bishop g5 and taking on f6 was useful for white.
Right.
Yeah, if I may jump in, the point of this bishop exchange is that white is also gaining long-term possibility to stay with knight against the bishop, which is some kind of also strategical concept. Capablanca has said that queen and knight are cooperating beautifully. So long-term, this is typical Catalan exchange, although it might be strange for some players, since we all were taught that bishop for a knight exchange you do when you are doubling the pawns or gaining some super control of some square, but here it's like Catalan way. I think this is quite common in top players' game. They are all familiar with these concepts, and this was very good question because I think you could learn something from this point.
Yeah, and the current position is that the knights are for sure superior than this dark square bishop, and we might see very, very slow and brutal way here for black.
Yeah, also one important thing, if we are commentating this exchange, is that sometimes in chess you can outplay your opponent by some deadly attack or combination, but you can outplay your opponent or increase your advantage or improve your position by exchanges. This concept is very important, that you know which piece to exchange, which long-term piece you will need, and so on. So this concept is sometimes underestimated, how by exchanges you can gain a serious advantage or recover your position, and so on.
All right, thank you so much for this very, very nice information to our viewers and this strategic exchange in these kind of positions. Thank you, Martin, and we can get back to the games that we were looking.
Yeah, let's check.
I believe we're gonna have now slowly some of the results.
Yeah, but let's check the first board in this match of Poland, Germany. There is I would say some competitive spirit here, because neighbor countries, and of course they have experience and they have like a long-term history in terms of chess events. So of course this match for all of them it's very, very important. For Germany crucial because of standings. It looks to me that black, she's managed to survive, and I don't see that she will suffer here unless there is
play king e5 now.
Okay, king e5 is the move you want to make. She's also thinking about some other way, like king f5, to be a little bit more brave, since you're opening the bishop as well. It doesn't feel that black should be worried here. I think Elizabeth really went out the problems skillfully, so it looks that she's having a normal position. Second board, okay, here something has happened different than we expected. So knight e5 was not played. Monika Sochko took a different direction, knight a5, queen c2, c5, which is also a reasonable way to play. And now we have like a Greenfield type of position, quite common, where white is enjoying his or her pass pawn, but the only difference, main difference, Keti, is that you don't have a long castle in the Greenfield, right?
Yeah, you don't do that in Greenfield.
Yeah.
You better not do that in Greenfield.
So this is some kind of small detail which is becoming a huge factor.
Yeah, it's so interesting how chess positions and the pawn structures can transfer from one to another. And sometimes you're starting with d4 and you find yourself in the e4 opening type of pawn structures, which is so funny in a way, but that tells us and shows us the message that we need to know.
Yeah, this
not necessarily one opening and one setup, but like multi-setups.
This broad knowledge is very important of chess because, as you mentioned, those structures are quite familiar, and you have many transpositions and similarities, which is very important to know.
Is that a handshake on the last board?
Let's check. Okay, things happened. We can check with Marcin what happened there.
What just happened?
Too fast.
So we see that.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I see what happened.
Yeah, but let's see from margin point what was the case in that game.
All right, so let's take a look at from that position. White took a pawn on a4, and it seems that black has to take back and take the pawn on b2, but instead Claudia just played actively in her style, I would say. She played knight to c5, and after rook a2, knight to d3. Now she had to play rook b8, and after b3, it seems that white is pawn up, but on the other hand, there is a very nice initiative from black side, g6, trying to put the queen on the long diagonal, just like in the game, and there is a threat of bishop d4 maybe, and putting the knight on c5. Black is just, trying to catch the initiative, and now knight e4 was played, and bishop d4. If black took on e4, then queen would go to e6, check, and after king h8, white doesn't want to go, king h8, white may take on d6, and there is a very, very big compensation for the knight. That's why black did not want to do it. So after knight e4, there was bishop d4, and after knight g5, knight took on f4, and now after queen e5, black's position is totally won, and Claudia won in a moment. After queen f1, there is knight e2. So very, very nice attack, starting with this knight to c5, knight to d3, giving away material and winning very convincingly.
Yeah, we were right in choosing the right match, since this match is really hitting.
Yeah, and this game is in a style of Claudia's, for sure. We're in the same age. We played a lot of youth competitions together, and I can just, even without knowing this game that she played, I can recognize her style and loved every detail, how she gave up the pawn, never took it back, and started to attack all those weaknesses that white had in the position.
Great win for her. Let's check the first board. Not much has changed. I guess it looks that it will steer to a draw. Second board, okay, we have some mess. After this this sequence, knight e3 was played and queen g6. Sacrifice probably for a draw, unless there is anything more. Let's say that after knight takes rook, check. The point is that white has perpetual, but maybe white could play for a more, like playing some bishop d3.
Can we do that right away after knight takes d1?
Yeah.
If we play bishop to d3, now this is a very, very naughty threat.
You want to play, I know what you want to play.
Yes, let's show that. After knight f2, for instance.
That's nice.
Rook
check,
h8.
Fantastic move. And checkmate, bravo, Keti. Nice. Yes. Always nice to deliver a checkmate. Nice touch. Yeah, so this, we don't know yet. Is this a concept for a perpetual, or is this a concept to play for a win? Yeah, of course now Dinara is aware that her teammate
has lost, and this is a must-win situation for Team Germany. So very nice try.
And we haven't checked third board. What's going on here? Still, it looks that black is on top. Although long term it can be an issue, because it can also backfire at some stage if you underestimate white. Position. This is the
bishop is even worse. We need to
stick. We need to stick to one match, because it's not easy to move
Can I choose one? And I would love to see what happens in the game of Dinara and Monika.
I think we should stay here, and then if we have something.
9 minutes for Monika, and it's also good to see on the camera how they are dealing with the situation.
Let's check the cameras. Let's see how they are doing. Are they nervous? Probably they are. Yeah. So this is the moment that we see what's going on there.
All right, very tense situation. 3 boards in progress in this match. Poland is leading with 1 point, and this game is very shaky. I see the evaluation here. The engine says it's draw, but how can you evaluate this position as equal unless you see this draw sequence? Monika Sochko thinking, will she dare to take the more material here? Or she is looking for something extra. But it's so hard to find any winning plan here for Monika. I think all she's looking right now is to save her king.
Yeah, very tense situation. Can this knight b3 bring something to black? This check? Probably not, but that's an option, because when we give check, so knight b3, king comes to b1, knight d1, and now on bishop d3, at least I have this check. Maybe it's not changing much, but black is thinking to include this or not. Yeah, this is a point. So I'm really trying to navigate what's going on here. Those three games are really, yeah, now I think that here we will have an end game, probably, but so let's stick to the second board. Critical point of the match.
6 minutes
Yes.
for Monika.
Clock is ticking.
Probably she is now looking for some way to save her king. There is this move always f5 that she can close this diagonal and somehow activate her pieces, but this move is very important to make right now.
Yeah. Tough.
And
moment.
on the result we do have, it's team Ukraine against India. They made a draw on the first board, and the second result is right in this match, and a very decisive
as
result.
we mentioned. Yeah, Ushenina for Ukraine is playing some very solid chess. Have you noticed this? So they're counting on the lower boards to put pressure. So her role is as a leader of the team to be
solid.
Yeah, to be solid. Do we have anything in chat? People, are you active?
That's a good thing. I will check.
Yeah.
What is
While
happening.
we are waiting what will happen here. Okay, so she took the different direction.
Oh, there is some comments. Alojzije is much taller than Tom Cruise.
that is not strange. Guys, if you check in Wikipedia, okay, so I'm 196. So
I don't know. I don't know. We're like even now.
But then you look tall. Yeah, you look tall.
I look tall.
Yeah.
I always trick everyone on camera.
Yeah. So knight f1.
But also, if you just sit straight, I think you will just leave the camera. That's the trick, guys. We're using.
Yeah, I was
here.
trying to be polite and adapt
My
to your
head.
height. Yeah.
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 That's true.
So knight took f1. Yeah, this is a reasonable decision. You want to kill that bishop, which might be a decisive factor for White's attack. Of course, White now has a pleasant choice, either to force a perpetual or to move on. Of course, she's now searching a way how to bring some peace.
Oh, they played more moves, right? And after knight f1.
No, this was mine.
Your analysis?
Yeah,
Okay,
my
okay.
analysis. I expect that some rook e1 happens, but then maybe some queen sacrifice. Looks very, very tough for
Look how
black.
stressed both of them are at these gestures that they are making and the body language covering their face quite often, both of them. That shows the tension on. Oh, Monika is shaking her head. She's not happy with something.
Okay, but she's worried, but at least she made the decision. Now the ball is in White's court. Listen, this is tough situation to handle because you have a perpetual in your pocket, but you need to come out with something to move on. You cannot just move on without having some concept. Here, some knight to f5 looks tempting. Also, some rook e1. Basically, you could maybe even take on f1 and try to postpone your decision of bringing the piece, because maybe again you will have this perpetual. Also, knight e4. If maybe then two knights can do something. Very tough situation. And your clock is ticking. Your teammates are expecting that you move on, but you don't see the way how to finish your opponent off. Very tough situation.
It is, and Monica was looking around, checked the first board and checked the third board as well. Probably in some lines she is considering to take the draw.
No, for Monica, she's ready to take the draw. For her, of course, the draw is, I would say, more than welcome at this point. But tricky situation for Dinara. She's not sure is this position won, or maybe objectively speaking, it's a draw. Clock is ticking, 1 minute, and you need to find a way. For us, it's much easier to sit here and wait her decision, but this is like this decision management, and that's why we all say that chess is important as a tool for a decision-making process, because here now it's really tough situation, and you need to make a move. Yeah.
Right, I love to see this
Yeah?
video,
This
how
is like
everyone is,
turning
playing
point.
all the
You
boards.
see the face?
Yeah, you don't play only on your own board. You have
Yeah.
to look on the
Yeah.
sides as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Monica gave such a look to her opponent. Wow, this is a beautiful moment to
Big tension,
see.
big tension. Like last seconds, she's shaking her head. So at this moment, I will bet on perpetual.
Oh, she's going for that.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah. Of course, if you cross the barrier, you cross the line, if you lose, then your team is without any chances probably to win the match this way, or at least to score 2 points, 1 point for a draw. So.
All right. Oh, there's some kind of hand gesture from Monica, like, what's going on? Is not it a draw?
Yeah, draw will happen, I guess.
All right,
No,
we're receiving.
no,
No.
no, brave decision. Unbelievable decision.
What happened?
Yeah, she moved on. She made a move. Rook takes f1. Yeah.
All right, she knows that's the most tense board. Board 2, the other boards are quite equal for the moment. So Dinara is taking
Yeah, but
everything on
now
her shoulders.
Black can avoid the perpetual. For example, playing rook e8, giving some space for the king, but maybe then knight h4 might be an issue. Okay, for us it's good that we have this situation, because we will have more drama. Very tough situation. Some possible moves are rook e8, and if I'm not mistaken, this move has been played. Yeah. Rook to e8.
e8?
Yeah.
Oof. Seconds on the clock
Yeah.
for Dinara.
Yeah, she will give check and then play knight h4. This is what will happen.
Wow.
Now she will try to repeat, I guess, or check, king goes to f7 or f8.
And now she's going further. I think now she would take this draw.
Yeah, but black doesn't
Because
want,
if
black doesn't want maybe to make a draw.
If Dinara also loses this game, then it will be tough to win, because that's impossible to win after two losses in 4 games.
Extremely tough.
All right, seconds on the clock. How Monica will find a way. Oh, rook to e1.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Check. And do you believe that Monica wants to win this game and she will not take the draw? Because if she wants to take a draw, she will just play king f7, king g8, and that's
Maybe
it.
it's already a bit late. Now she's heading for a win, I guess. Very tough situation.
Yeah, and she can just end this match in here, secure at least a draw. She has 5 minutes on the clock. She has extra piece. Why don't she continues to play? Only she has to do here king f8, but she is considering some other moves from black. Maybe knight h4, knight g6 is something that she is looking at for the moment. All right, let's see what king to f7. How many times they have repeated
No, okay,
this
but the
position?
situation is much different.
Wait, can we just after rook to f8?
No, I think still it's beyond claiming a perpetual.
Okay, this was deviation. She
Okay,
goes?
Yeah, now it
Wow.
might be a time that they claim a draw.
I think she plays safe here. All right, Dinara has to make decision. And okay, let's see, this is the moment. This is the moment, king f7 or king to f8. And Monica goes king f7.
Yeah, according to the situation, they are in plus. It's logical to go for it.
Is it a can someone claim already draw or it's yet?
Once, two
Two,
times.
two
Yeah,
only.
yeah,
And this can be already third
yeah.
time.
So this should be like no. So this one should be first time, only second time. No, she plays for a win.
Wow, knight goes on h4 now. And she wants to get this knight on f5 probably or on g6 square. That can be a bit risky as well. What happens after rook to h8? Queen g6 and king f8.
Knight f5. You take on h1, I take on h1, you play queen f7. Okay, we can check
Maybe
this out.
somewhere queen.
So, rook h8 you mentioned?
Yeah, rook h8. Probably queen to g6.
Queen to g6,
King goes f8.
f8. Looks very dangerous, but maybe playable.
Because after knight f6, there is not any serious threat, right? Maybe knight d4 to trade the knights as well. Oh, so tough.
Yeah. Very tense moment.
I was just wondering what's the blood measurement now for these two players. I think it's very high.
So, knight d4 played.
All right, that also makes a lot of sense to control f5 square. Stopping knight to go on f5 itself. Right, queen to h5.
This looks like no,
No,
it
it's
was
our.
played.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was played this way.
Okay.
Rook
Rook
e1.
e1.
Okay, probably the worst is over now for
For who?
for black.
I think worst
No,
starts now for
yeah,
Dinara.
but for black, I think now centralizing knight, exchange pair of rooks, h file now it's under control. I
Extra
think-
3 minutes on the
yeah,
clock.
I think now I would bet on black. The
Yeah.
black will win this one.
Yeah, nicely done.
Although probably
Right.
engine will claim winning advantage in practical play, still can be tricky.
Yeah, and
You need
Monica
to
being
make-
such an experienced player,
Yeah.
grandmaster, she can totally take from here. As the pieces are getting low and low on the
Yeah,
board.
I think now the initiative is over. After King G8, I don't see any way to move on.
Yeah, and there is like few, and basically no even checkmate threats here for Black's king. She goes here with f3 and has a threat, I think, is knight to bring on e4 to bring more pieces on the board, but
Yeah.
basically it's not a threat.
No, I think
Wow. Rook e5, attacking the queen.
I'm preparing Rook G5. If you go inside, I might come to
G5.
G5, kicking your queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we are in some kind of blitz bluff zone. Basically, there is nothing behind. Rook G5.
And Monica takes the pawn on d5. She is just like, give me more pieces. I'm gonna
Yeah,
take everything.
This is also very reasonable decision, and now I think it's over. It's completely lost. Yeah,
Pretty much,
we
yeah.
can expect a handshake.
Right, we might see more moves
I
here.
like the approach. I respect the approach of Dinara, but it backfired completely.
Yeah.
Completely
Yeah, that's very, very
backfired.
interesting situation for sure. She's a very good team player. Team needed win, and she risked here.
We can claim here that black is winning. It's obvious. Just one brief check on the first board. We are still in some kind of equal drawish position on the third board as well. That means with this draw that Poland is winning against Germany. We can conclude that. And Marcin has another guest.
There's another guest in the studio, and we are going to know very, very soon who is the guest, and Marcin will take over from here.
Yes, exactly. We have Mitra Ejazipor from France, who won her first game for the national team.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's take a brief look at the game, what happened in the game. Were we prepared for that opening?
I revised my theories, and I knew that it was too oriented here, but bishop d4, I hadn't seen it. So I played bishop c5. I thought after bishop f6, my pawn structure will be destroyed, but I will have double pawns, but I have two bishops, and I didn't see any fast attack.
Yeah, exactly.
So I will have the g line and all.
Yeah, just like in the game, right?
yes.
After h5.
Push the
And this king f8,
Yeah.
escaping with the king from the center
Yes,
was a really
I was
nice
going.
idea.
I was going to go to long castle, but I saw a4, b4, knight a2.
Yeah, okay, let's put it.
It wasn't clear. I was afraid a bit that maybe she has some counterattacks here.
Yes, exactly. That's
why I
why
decided to play.
the king is safe
king
on f8, right?
Yes.
So just like in the game, bishop to e2, h4, and here the attack was really nicely done. Did you expect this b4 move?
No, I didn't expect
Alright.
before. Maybe earlier, before I play queen c7, she had queen f4. I guess it was
Here,
better
right?
move.
If after
I mean,
here.
yeah, here queen f4. It was. I thought it was good, and I had to play bishop e7 and all. It wasn't something that I wanted.
All right. Yeah, maybe
Okay,
that
maybe.
one would be better for comparing to the game, right? Still,
Yes.
black is doing
Yes,
extremely
yeah.
fine here, even after queen c5, for example. It's not a
Yes.
problem for black
Yeah,
because,
totally.
of course, you have a pair of bishops and no weaknesses.
Yes.
But okay, let's take a look at the game. Bishop f3, queen to c7. So the exchange of the queens, and I believe you were already quite satisfied with that position, right?
Yes, yes. I was happy that we changed the queens because I have two bishops.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Bishop
here
is-
I thought maybe I could play f5, but I saw.
Yeah,
I
immediately,
saw
right?
Here I didn't know that. I thought
It should be
I mean,
also
it should be okay,
good, right?
yeah.
Even after d5 are taking, and d5 should be still very, very good for black. But
Yes.
okay, you played bishop c6, and putting the rook
Yes,
on
my idea
g5.
was
Very
to
nice
exchange
maneuver.
this pawn with h3.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? We took the one on e4 instead of h3, so
Yes.
it's the great advantage of yours. And after
maybe
d4.
here rook c3 was no, it's fine. After knight f4, maybe after d5,
Yes.
maybe c3 was better.
All right, but still you can do something like
Yeah.
rook d7 or something like that, or rook c4 as
Yeah,
well.
it's not end of the war.
Yeah, there is no threat actually.
Yeah, there is
So
no
I
threat.
believe, all
Yeah,
right, king
I
g2.
had fine position.
Yeah, might be just bad for white, and you have a very nice endgame here. I would also consider f5, playing immediately f5, right? Just to have the rook in the center,
Yeah,
with
maybe,
no
yes.
other
But I
possibilities
could
for
take
white.
the pawn easily. I mean, I had rook c4 and take here,
Or
take
take
f4
on
or
c2, yes.
c2, right?
But okay, still playing
Yes.
that one also brings you a decisive advantage.
Yeah, and here was totally winning.
Yeah, exactly.
There was no
So
chance.
here you took one more pawn, exchange the rooks, and the pawn
Exchange
again
the
is totally won. So congratulations, and
Thank you.
your next match is against Egypt,
Egypt,
right?
Yes.
So all right, I believe you have to prepare yourself. Thank you very much for our interview.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Thank you very much,
Right.
Martin. It was indeed very interesting game played by Mitra, who won the game
Yeah,
for
congratulations.
her match. However, the other games has been ended, and here we have the final result. Kazakhstan won 2.5 to 1.5 against France, and they are keeping leading this pool without any losses of points.
They are on fire, and it seems that they are showing their ambitions, which are quite high. Maybe we can check some match which is in turning point. Yeah.
Yes, another match which is already concluded is Poland versus Germany. Poland won the match with 2.5 to 1.5, and the hero of this match was Claudia Kulon. She managed to win this beautiful game with the black pieces, and other games ended in a draw. In fact, the game that we were looking, Monika Sochko against Dinara Wagner, ended in a draw.
Yeah, this is strange. Let's check this. I'm quite surprised that this happened. So, okay, maybe she wanted just to claim a draw at some stage, but I'm really surprised how the things happen in the end, because it looked like just completely winning. So here rook e1 was a mistake. Then there was this massive perpetual try and avoiding perpetual, and here I think we were following till this moment. It looks to me like a completely winning for black. I'm not sure how she misplayed. Yeah, just piece up, rook e2 looks decent or normal, king f8, knight f4.
Everything looks very good.
Yeah, just a clear piece up. Queen e3.
That seems to be a blunder, because after king f7, she blundered knight h8, perpetual check. What a beautiful try!
This is a mistake. She blundered. So probably she just needs to control the g6 square somehow, either to play queen e8 or maybe even some king f7
96,
and then
for instance. 96 to guard your bishop on g7, and then your king will be free.
3 minutes, strange, although maybe Monika, she was not actually avoiding draw because it was the final result of the match. And just to
knowing her, I'm sure she wanted to win this game. It's just so hard to see this knight g2, that the white head on this square can play any role in the game and be a hero and play knight to6 and knight to h8. But this game is a good demonstration that you can fight until the last second.
Yeah, but let's check what else do we have, which match is still in progress. Let's find some more drama around. For example, let's check Bulgarian match on the first board.
This game, Alojzije, which just ended, was very interesting. Team USA just scored the point. Alejzije won very important game.
We could switch there. So first board ended in a win for white, right?
Because she has extra pawn, which is going to be queen. Black has to give up this bishop.
And we have right square
right
bishop.
square,
Yeah,
yes.
good strategy. But what that means for match on the third board, Black is doing good. Maybe we will have here 2-2 result.
Very likely, as this seems like black is totally dominating the board.
Now
Same color
maybe
bishop.
even some a4 and some stage might be a way to get a third pass pawn, which will...
Bishop to b1, maybe preparing e3 to happen here to push the pawns forward. She has to be a bit careful not to blunder anything on the king side.
Yeah, of course, it's always possible to blunder something, but it looks just winning for a black. We can check also the...
Yes, and I think we should go very quickly to the game of Antoaneta Stefanova, because Bulgaria is taking lead in this match against China. This is something really, really huge.
Radeva has won the game on the last board, and then we have first board, which looks that Stefanova, as you remember that I said that Bulgaria is not a team, and especially Antoaneta Stefanova is not a player to be underestimated. No matter her result, how the tournament is going on for her, she's always dangerous. She's capable to win with black, so I'm not so surprised. But this is a big big upset for China, because they looked really good in the first two rounds as they are dominating the matches, and suddenly they lost, or they are on the verge of losing.
Right.
Yeah, let's check how Vicky Radova has won.
Maybe the final
yeah,
part,
let's
if there is.
switch to maybe some part. Okay, it was like some kind of stable position, and suddenly, okay, this rook f5, was a nice trick. Rook takes f5 with the point. When you take, then. So what has happened? She didn't want to take a rook, but she moved on with her light square bishop and passed pawns. Yeah, win for white, and this game is still in progress, but it seems that it's not hard to convert from white side. So what do we have? We have probably win for Bulgaria here, then USA will probably make a draw in their match against Americas, South Americas. Yeah, interesting in pool. In that pool, really results are.
Yeah. Wow, what a day! Some of the ups and downs here in this match, and for me personally, this is biggest thing in this round in Pool B. China being controlled so much on all the boards. When we saw the other matches yesterday, when China was totally dominating. Now we see that they are struggling big time. Yeah,
and as I said, of course, it's important that you manage to qualify in some kind of good spirit, but in the end, it's not so important. It's only important to qualify to be in the first 4 teams in the pool. For Bulgaria, it's not so important what did they do in the first 2 rounds. It's much more important.
How many of the points they can now collect to get top 4 teams. Is that a handshake? That is a resignation. Well done, Antoaneta Stefanova, scoring
big
her
win for
first win.
Bulgaria. Let's check what do we have still in progress. Yeah, this one is game over. So that means that we have 2-2.
We have one last game in progress. This is India versus Ukraine.
Yeah, let's check that game.
A.
Yeah, I see the position. Pawn up, 2 pawns up. It looks winning, but there is some job to do. Maybe black can hope of getting some rook against rook and a bishop. But it's less likely. And this game is very important because
It's
if white
important.
wins, yeah,
If white wins, if Savita wins with white pieces,
Yeah.
we're gonna have a tie 2-2.
yeah, so many matches which are ending in a tie, right?
That's true. Well, and this is the first round, you guys. We're gonna have another round today as well. So we're inviting you not to go anywhere. Maybe have a lunch break or whatever you are, whenever you are, maybe dinner break, but to also watch the games of the second round today. All right, the pawn is already pushed on h7. All the eyes on this board. We can see the board 3. The players from board 3 are also observing the game.
Yeah, okay, white needs to find a way. It's not so clear how she will break through. Maybe she misplayed a few moves ago. Maybe h7 was premature.
All right, if black managed to get the pawn on h7 and trade the rooks, this is going to be draw, because then black will be at the safe seat. And how white is actually going to stop black capturing the pawn? Oof.
Okay, f4 is a move. And the idea f5.
Oh, the check happened.
Now it should be a dead draw, but of course there is plenty moves to play. If we will have rook and a bishop against a rook, that would be very interesting.
No. No interesting.
Tough,
That's going to
tough
be a very
for-
long day.
For commentators, but
Yeah. That's a specialty of the World Rapid Invalids. We always have one bishop and rook versus rook game that lasts forever.
can you believe, Keti, that in all my career I never experienced that position with each side?
Oh, wow.
I've had like a rook and a knight against rook like 10 times, and never rook and a bishop. Probably, yeah, I was somehow saved from suffering in any scenario. You?
I have played with bishop side once.
And you managed to win?
No,
It was a draw.
I was not even close. Yeah, it was draw.
But I'm teaching my students how to win that position, and actually it was very important. If you recall, there was a famous game, Swidler against Caruana. It was, I think, penultimate round of candidates tournament, and Caruana made it to the winning position. But you know what is the problem? The problem is that that winning position we all, not we all, but we are learning how to win. It was on the side, and sometimes it's much easier to execute or to find the exact way of winning when it's like a vertical.
Yeah.
But when it's horizontal, it's not so easy, because
You have to turn your
you
head.
need to adjust. You need to adjust. And basically, Caruana just misplayed, and later didn't qualify for the World Championship match.
Oh,
He did
what
it
a tough.
next time, but
Yeah.
this was a crucial thing.
I remember in my childhood, some of my opponents were standing up during the game and standing from my side to check the position from my side,
Uh-huh.
which is so weird.
Yeah, okay, some position you need to know, and this is a clear example, and it's not easy when it's like 45 degrees, and and also maybe if you learn, I don't know, with white colored bishop, light square bishop, then suddenly you need to execute or find exact way.
Yeah, and
With,
of course we're talking the situation when you have seconds on the clock. No one has the luxury of having 10 minutes at
Yeah,
that position.
yeah.
Everyone struggles on the time too. But talking about this position, black can hold nicely because the king is at the right spot. It's not cut it from
now
the
this is, I would
files.
say, perfect setup, because white also managed to lock her bishop, which is not a good sign, because now black can combine threats of exchanging rooks, attacking bishop, which means that we will have a draw in few moves, rook h5. will
rook
follow.
h5.
So you need to play like bishop f8, then king comes to f5, counter-attacking, or rook d2 check. You cannot step to the third rank. So we will have, I don't know, this type of position, which is like a dead draw immediately. But okay, still players can move on, of course, but it seems that this is just a dead draw.
That's right. I like how active black is making all these moves rather than to hide and be passive and wait white to make some decisions. She's bringing the king, locking this bishop there on h6.
Yeah, but sometimes it's really painful when, okay, white few moves ago was 2 pawns up. You feel that you will be like a hero of your team. You're close to victory, and suddenly one slip, one move which is not the best, and you are actually losing your chances to win.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay, so they are moving.
So the decisive result in
Sorry.
this match was on the second board, where Natalia Buksa won the game against Fentica. Hold on, is that the position? What? Really? This is surprising. I can't believe that this game ended in the way it
No,
ended.
this is probably
We need to ask Marcin
this is
what
some
happened.
mistake, I think, from live transmission. Let's check. Marcin, come on, we are waiting. Quite curious. What has happened there?
All right, we have
All right,
Marcin.
so I'm back. I couldn't believe as well, but it's true. Black won that game. Let's take a look how did it happen, because nearly here we were talking about it, that white is doing extremely well. So after g6, d6 is coming, and it seems that black is just losing the position. After rook d5, everything is fine, but there is a counterplay with f5, which of course should not work. But you know, in computer chess, of course, it won't. In human chess, it might. There is the difference. So after knight e5 and queen g7, the first mistake, small mistake, was queen c4. Instead, white could have played f4 immediately, just to strengthen the knight on e5, and after, for example, f takes e4, just to play rook f1, right? So that position is won to white. Instead, white played queen c4, which of course is not a great mistake yet. King h8 and queen c5, and just now there is a great mistake, this upset. After d7, black took on e5, and that position is already lost to white. Instead, of course, still f4 is good. E takes f5, but only not d7. After which Natalia took on e5, and here you can see that because of that small tactical motive, black is just winning. If the queen goes anywhere else, the black will take the rook on e5. So white has decided to take on f8, but that position is lost to white, and there was no doubts that black won that position already here, right? So as you can see, it totally changed the result of the whole match between Ukraine and India. So it's a very, very big gift for Ukrainian team. But I believe that both teams will qualify to the knockout phase of the tournament, and so we shall see some other games as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
unbelievable
What was
result.
that?
Yeah, but as we mentioned, this fighting spirit is very important. Natalia is a huge fighter, so I'm not so surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a blunder that you cannot even recover it, because like after just 2 moves you were just lost, and that was unfortunate because white had such a beautiful game and she played so nicely, but sometimes you are just you know, losing the sense of fair, and you think you're winning, and then you're finding the best ways to finalize and just missing 1 or 2 most tactics.
Yeah, always you need to be careful. That means that Ukraine has won that match, right? We have the final result. It's a draw on the last board, and we can conclude, I think, our day, right?
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least round. Yeah, not
Yeah.
today.
For sure we can do. Thank you so much, Martin, for giving us all the very impressive updates throughout the position. And now, as all the matches are done, it's time to take a look at the results of the round 3. Here we are in a beautiful city of Bydgoszcz in Poland, and this is our view, and we're gonna see the results in a second on our screen. In Pool A, we do have Kazakhstan beating France and keeping a leader's position. And then we have Ukraine winning against India, and Georgia managed to win with 3 points advance against Egypt. In Pool B, we do have USA and FIDE Americas tied 2-2. I would say this is a big surprise here, but the other big surprise is coming up when China loses against Bulgaria 1-3. As Team China
I wouldn't
is quite
consider
solid.
this as a huge upset considering the lineup of Bulgaria, but first 2 rounds, the momentum was clearly in China's favor. That's why we are a bit surprised, but in general, Bulgaria is of course capable for that type of result.
Right, and the last, we do have Germany suffering with another loss, 3 losses in a row. This is really, really tough moment for Team Germany. And we mentioned earlier that this team is coming here with all the players, the pack of all the strongest players, a national team here. And the other teams, all the other teams, including Georgia, they are missing first-rated players, the key players in their team. But yeah, well,
we can see that there will be a huge fight in Pool A for that 4th place. Egypt is a bit struggling, but of course they are using this tournament for a huge experience. They will gain. Also, it seems that Germany is really needing a miracle to qualify, and the Americas is trying their best to end at first 4 teams.
Yeah, and it's interesting what is the next round pairings. Round 4 will start at 6 p.m. in like about one hour. And this can be quite crucial for many of the teams,
as we
starting
heard,
from Germany.
France is playing against Egypt. This is something we know. Yeah, but anyway, very interesting matches ahead of us, so I'm really curious. Now it's getting serious.
It is getting very serious, guys, and the games are so complicated. So don't go anywhere because the broadcast has not ended. The tournament hasn't ended today. We're coming back in about 15 minutes as the round starts at that time. And here for you, we're working Grandmasters Alojzije Janković
and Keti Tsatsalashvili.
Martin Tasbir, and yes, thank you. You're so fast to announce my last name, and very good in that. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's World Team Chess Championship 2023 here in Bydgoszcz, Poland. And we are starting our fourth round, the second game of today. And we do have 12 teams fighting their best to qualify to top 8. Here in the studio, we are working for you, Grandmasters Alojzije Janković and Grandmaster Marcin Tasbir.
And Keti Tsatsalashvili.
All right, so the round 3 was quite dramatic. Marcin, is there any game that you can remember from the round 3?
Yeah, especially this obstacle visa we were talking at the end of the day, and I believe this was a crucial one because it changed, has altered the outcome of the match. So as you can see, a lot of stuff will happen like that for sure, due to the fact that the players are playing already the fourth round now. So stay tuned and stay with us.
Right, there was a match of India versus Ukraine. Ukraine managed to win against India, and that was very, very important. Alojzije, we do have one team which is suffering big time here.
Yeah, Germany is actually in a big crisis. I don't know if it's possible theoretically. Probably it is that they still catch that last place to enter the KO part, but okay, that's something. That's why we are here. We have some drama, we have some interesting results, some upsets. This is what we want.
That's right. Let's now take a look at the pairings of the round 4, which will start in about 2 minutes. The players are already gathering together in the playing venue, and here we have the standings of the Pool A after round 3. Kazakhstan is leading this pool, followed by Georgia and Ukraine with 4 points. We do have India and France sharing with 2 points, and we have Egypt not scored in the Pool A. What about Pool B?
Yeah, in Pool B, USA is really cruising very well. China was actually looking so confident after first 2 rounds, but now in the third round, that loss against Bulgaria was a bit upset for them, but still I think that they will pull and they will make it to the final. It's quite obvious. To the KO part, Poland recovered with this win against Germany. Very important match. It was really tense, especially game of Dinara Wagner against Monika Sochko. Bulgaria, yesterday their chances look grim. Suddenly they are very close to leaders, and FIDE Americas with 2 points. Germany surprisingly on the last place, but guys, sometimes some unexpected stories can happen.
Right, let's take a look at the playing venue. We do have a special guest making the first move, and we don't want to miss that moment. We can come back later on for the pairings. We do have here the players being very much focused. 1 minute to go before they start the game. And here we go. The game has been started. We got informed that the first move was made by Lukáš Törli, who is the FIDE Secretary General. He made the move in the match of USA against China, and that was the opening of the round 4.
Yeah, and there is a nice gong, right, to start the round, like it was always done in Vaikanze. Very nice sound for starting the round, and let's say a huge boost for someone who is visiting the event.
Indeed. Let's now take a look quickly the pairings of this round and check it out. What are we looking forward in this round? Pool A, France will take Egypt. India face Georgia. Kazakhstan, the leader in this match, will play against Ukraine. What about Pool B?
Yeah, Pool B, we have FIDE Americas, as you see, against Germany. Will Germany be able to forget what happened in the first 3 rounds? I'm quite curious to see. And Bulgaria and Poland, both teams today are in the right mood, so it will be a for sure interesting match. And US-China, always interesting to follow that encounter. So really interesting day.
Indeed. I'm looking forward very much to see if Kazakhstan will share some points with their opponents, or they are just unbeatable and they will win another match today. So is there any particular game you want to keep the eye on?
Okay, I would say that, of course, Ukraine games are very interesting because the style of players is very, very interesting. Also, Georgia, the way how they play, they are always having some active games. So this is typical. Bulgaria is, as I mentioned before, a team to follow since they are big fighters and trying to exploit their chances. So there are some teams who play a little bit more, I would say, challenging than others.
Yes, indeed. Shall we just pop up some of the games? We're going to do that in a second. And you guys, once again, we can remind just the information about the tournament. We do have 12 teams, and the first stage is that the top 8 will qualify to the knockout system, and then we do have the knockout stage, my favorite stage of the tournament, and I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to that. And we do have time control, 45 minutes plus 10 seconds, which is between classical chess and the rapid chess.
Yeah, but Keti, sorry to interrupt. I always like to see faces. Can we get a camera from the playing hall? Because in these first moves, it's always interesting. We can zoom a bit. I see
Right.
Yeah.
And also, we can have a face of Marcin Tasber here. He's already with some big news. Let's check it out.
Maybe it's not a great news, but let's take a look at the opening of Daisy Corey against Elizabeth Petz, which is quite an interesting approach because regularly we see the players playing e4, d4 in the center, and as you can see in that game, after knight f3, knight f6, b3, the bird opening, sort of, and after e6, as you can see, none of players tries to fight for a center, and here we have the double fianchetto, and after bishop b7, all right, they started to fight for a center, but the beginning, I believe, was quite an interesting approach. Back to you.
Yeah, that's quite a start of the round indeed. And here's this situation that during this very long travel, Daisy got, I think, a little bit cold. And she had such a tough start at this tournament, but it's so good to see her back at the chessboard fighting for her team on the first board against Elizabeth Petz. What do you think? Thank you very much, Martin, for this information. What do you think, how important is the health conditions when you play?
No, of course, this is maybe crucial, especially in this type of team events when this pressure is enormous. You want to do well. This is this part I was trying to explain, that becoming a representative member of the national team is something special in your career, and you feel actually this pressure. Me, myself, I was not performing so well for the national team. First of all, it was not easy in Croatia to end up in the top 5 players. And then when you become a national team member, you want to perform well, you want to represent your country, and it was hard because you know if you make a wrong step that you are the one who is actually maybe responsible for a bad result of the whole team and so on. So it's really tough experience, but that's why I think it's good that we have here some different type of players, newcomers who will feel this special pressure and special feeling when you represent your country, which I think is some of the best feelings. Let's check the cameras. Let's see what do we have in the
playing venue. Yeah, that's very important to check out on the players. This is the second round for them, and well, let's be honest, this is not really rapid. We know the rapid 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, but it's more close to the classical time control. And to play 2 classical games in one day, not so easy task. for the players. Would you expect some of the serious blunders as the tournament is getting?
Yeah, of course, second round in a day, players who are playing all the time, of course, it's now already getting much more serious, and you, as I said, you feel this pressure, and by feeling this pressure you might maybe collapse. So it's not strange. Yesterday we seen this horrible blunder by Tsatsalashvili, this rook a7, like blundering a whole rook, which is of course always possible in rapid and especially in 2 rounds a day event. So I'm not so surprised that we will have some turnarounds. This is typical. But as I said, in chess, we don't want a perfect game. We want to see some mistakes. We want to see some chances taken by weaker players, or let's say players who are in maybe outsiders role. Yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time that we check a bit what's going on the boards. Marcin started with a game from Corey against Elizabeth Pats. Corey is well known surname in chess circles, right? Peruvian player, very strong. So she opted for this double fianchetto, but let's see how will Dinara Wagner
talking about Corey, we don't have much of the siblings in the chess world, but Daisy and George Jorge, maybe Corey, are the names that everybody knows in the chess world, as those 2 siblings are well known in the chess world, and it's such a great thing to
but
have.
You're right. Now we don't have this so often, right? Yeah, this is interesting.
Yes.
Somehow in other sports, maybe it's more common.
Yes, and also another thing is her opponent Elizabeth Pats is also the chess family. Her father is also a grandmaster, and she is also holding grandmaster title. So on this board we have heavily chess family match in between FIDE Americas and Germany.
Yeah, it's interesting that again we have similar situation like in Bulgaria case, that they are repeating the colors. Again, Elizabeth Pats is black, while Dinara Wagner is white. She is again trying to have an active position. We will see, will she manage to put pressure on her opponent. On the third board, situation a little bit more classic in that game, and fourth board, okay, still in progress. Maybe it's time that we move on to some other match. So maybe it's time that we check one by one. France against Egypt. Pawn up. No, what's going on here? 2 pawns up. What has happened here? Let's see. It was Sicilian variation like Rossolimo. Yep, okay. Ooh. Still materials. Ooh, what a blunder. What has happened there? She just blundered 2 pawns with one move.
She could just guard the pawn.
Yeah, queen d6 or something. Yeah, or whatever, but she opted for giving a pawn, which is strange decision, and now it looks just lost.
Yeah, all these pawns have been lost by the Tempest here. The knight was
now I
jumping
think,
everywhere.
This looks really like it's already lost. This looks relatively normal. This one is more interesting. Okay, this match is still in favor of France, but not much is happening except that first board. Let's move on with the second match. The one we mentioned, you would like to see Keti if Kazakhstan is able to win another match, another 2 points on their score sheet, and Ukraine is actually capable, of course, to win that match as well. So very interesting encounter. Anna is trying to play super solid. We will see, will she manage to hold or actually to equalize comfortably. This one looks like a normal. Second board, Rouser, my Sicilian, I recognize this immediately. My favorite line, I was mentioning yesterday, they call this line casual suicide variation, but of course sometimes it can be like a masterpiece, as wins are really beautiful in that line. Yeah, this was played even, there was a game, Vichy against Magnus, but exactly this was an option of Magnus, he took on d4. Yeah, we will follow this, I will explain a bit later. Usually rook c8.
Yeah, Magnus likes to play this bishop d7 with black
Yeah,
sometimes.
okay, Magnus these days plays everything. I think
possible.
he's trying to see how far he can go, especially in blitz, sometimes in rapid backfires. But please, Keti, remind me to take an eye on this game. Yeah, later.
How this gonna continue?
Yeah.
As we are going to have quite double.
Another
position.
similar line. This time it's Najdorf with this g5 push. White is actually leaving this pawn hanging, not interested in defending it only now. Yeah, this is classical stuff. Again, this a3, this move, which was not common before, but these days a lot of people are playing it. Rook b8, this is famous game. Kasparov with black, he won against Michael Adams, and actually Mickey later said, I really don't know why this guy retired, because what he has seen in the game, it's much above my understanding. So calculation, you can check that game. I think it was Linares. Check it, Adams against Kasparov. It was really beautiful game, and Rook b8 even you can find somewhere on YouTube how they made the analysis together, and Kasparov was so happy with all those combinations he's seen, but Mickey was so surprised what has happened there.
Wow, that's the game I want to take a look at. Very, very least time the day I come back from this tournament. Here in the studio right now, Martin with another game that he wants to show to us.
Yes, exactly. This game comes from the match Bulgaria against Poland, where Julia Atola is playing against Victoria Radeva. So d4, d5. So let's start. The beginning is very well known. Actually, the position is still in the theory, but I believe black is out of her preparation. Here, after knight a6, bishop a5 is the main move. And b6, of course, I have to be aware there is a threat of mate on d8, that's why b6, and queen d6. And as you can see, black has lost for that move on b6 already 9 minutes. The other move is to play f6 just to have a road for the king. But after b6, as we can see, white is prepared much better. 45 minutes and 19 seconds, and black is still thinking. So I believe it will be very, very hard for black to deal with the opening preparation of white, and I believe we can take a look at that game afterwards. Back to the studio.
What a start!
Yeah, thanks, Marci. We will for sure
What
follow that one. I know a few
day.
things about this martial attack in this variation. We will come back later for sure. This is an interesting game to follow.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at the next game.
Let's finish this match, and we can move on. How is Natalia doing on the last board? So we have like King's Indian, classical bishop e2, knight a6. Sometimes people play this not ready to play e5 immediately because some players are annoyed with the queen's exchange, and then knight a6 it's a subtle way to postpone it for a second and avoid that line, because e5 leads nowhere. Now white can choose maybe bishop f4 to stop e5, but castle is a classical way. e5, we have normal line, main line, bishop e3. I was playing here c6, knight g4, knight e7 is even possible. So knight e7 played. Usually it's tempting to jump to d5, but black can even retreat back to d8. Queen c2, takes, c6. Black is preparing d5 at the right moment. Now white can choose between like placing the rook, or maybe even playing bishop f3 to stop d5. You wanted that we go to Bulgarian match, or?
Yeah, but hold on. The last move f3.
F3 was played. Yeah.
This is helping black to push d5, because bishop on e3 will hang.
It's possible to play d5, but there are some ideas with bishop, with even knight b5 to take on d5 and so on. So even to abandon the defense of e4, or even to play bishop g5. So it's possible.
So this might be just still
yeah, there is also a variation when they allow, because on CD there is even possible knight d5. So many options here. Yeah, let's move on to the match you mentioned.
Bulgaria and Poland seems like this is quite promising for us to have some entertainment in this match. Yeah,
we are still in this hybrid, which resembles London opening. White will castle, play c3, black will push b7, and then there is this option also to transfer the knight at some stage on the king side. Basically known stuff. On the second board we do have some mess. So let's see. Again this Caro with c5, Georgian style, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we should claim to have Georgian Kazakhstan name, because I think a lot of Georgian players are contributing to this.
Very actually interesting position. So white is not interesting in defending her edge pawn. c5 is also attacked. Very interesting position. What is white up to? Let's say that moves the queen somewhere like yes, and now after taking h2 and coming back, why white thinks that without this h4?
Yeah, the thing is that, like for instance, if we make this bishop h2 move,
probably
king
will
to
be
h1.
played. Yeah.
And now this typical idea of playing g3 might be somewhere
yeah,
worried.
but
So
let's say bishop e5,
bishop
right?
e5. And here in this kind of position, somehow the bishop on e5 is misplaced. So maybe white can start with rook e1 or even bishop to h6.
You expect it here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if bishop is on g7, that's very good position.
Yeah, you're right, Keti. This is some kind of initiative from white side. Maybe it's a bit unpleasant. So let's check next board. Looks a little bit more solid. Not much is happening here. And we have this line. This is all known. Yeah. I think bishop d7 or knight d7 is best. Bishop d7, I guess. So here, in this martial attack, this triangle variation, some people are playing this, let's say here, c6, and then showing that they are ready for e4, and then changing their mind, playing bishop b4. It's really, this is one of the most complicated line you will ever see in chess. It's really, before it was like a Botvinnik slide defense, now this is the line. Actually, I think Magnus here retreated his knight to c3 in his game against Vichy. Vichy was well armed, well prepared, expecting this forced theory, and suddenly Magnus plays something which is actually completely sideline. Here, this is the main line, bishop e2. Now there are several moves from after knight e6, you can play bishop a5, you can play bishop c3, you can play bishop d6 move, you can play even bishop f8, because it's not possible to take due to the checkmate. There are some other differences. And basically the best story in this line is that there was a European Individual Championship in 2007 in Dresden. I played it myself, so I remember I was actually really doing well in that event. And there was a player from Slovenia, Slovenian Grandmaster Duško Pavasović. He was around 2600 rated at that time. That tournament was super strong, like 400 players, 100, I think more than 150 grandmasters, maybe even like 200 grandmasters. I remember I was something like seeded 140. And Pavasović played against, I think he played against Luke Van Velde.
Okay.
And he played that line with black, Duško. And he got surprised at some stage, but he was really well armed. And he won the game. Really beautifully, he won the game. Actually, at that, I think he was sharing first place in the end. And Vladislav Tkachov has won the championship, became a European champion. And Duško was playing this line and won against Luke Van Velde. You know what happened next round? He was paired against Moisenko. Moisenko is here as a coach. I saw him, 2670 rated player, really super grandmaster. And Moisenko didn't check the games from this event. The game was not, I think, published live, or he was not. He was careless enough not to check the game and played the same line.
No.
And Duško won again. I think first 20 moves was the same, and then like 21st move in the one position already for Duško, there was some kind of different move played.
Wow.
So this is the first time I've seen in my career that one grandmaster wins 2 games in a row, completely the same, against 2 different opponents, two good opponents who were like 2670 rated players. Really, it was like memorable story. You can check, guys, that tournament. So it was Luke Van Velde against Pavasović, and then Moisenko against Pavasović. This line, first I think 17 on 20 moves were the same.
Wow, yeah. Back in those days, we had no PGN boards, and we don't had live transmissions.
Yeah, I think there was a live transmission, but it was not so published. You need to search for the games, and he was lazy enough not to go to the tournament website.
I remember when I started to play. In the end of the day, the organizers were giving us the booklets of the games that I have played, and it was colorful, and I remember I was going through to that game. So this is how old we are here. People in the studio to remember
now the information,
moments.
if you win on one continent one day, that immediately tomorrow the same line will be played on completely different part of the world. So now the situation is much different, and you have like portals and channels and so on.
Yeah, all right. So this is the position I see for the first time, and my question is, why black could not take the bishop on a5?
Because there is a trick. I think the point is that there is a castle, and then the bishop comes to f3. I think this is the concept, or something like
checkmate on
yeah.
the
But
d8.
let me check. Maybe I'm mistaken. Is there a better move? Maybe even
There's
rook.
F3
Maybe even
as well.
rook to d1 is also good enough. Maybe this is also rook d1, and it's not easy if you play bishop b7, queen comes to d7, and this one is hanging. You cannot defend now. Probably f6 is the only move. F6 is the only move. Maybe rook d4. There are some tricks. Even bishop d1 later. Maybe it's just a big problem.
There's also f3 move to hit the queen right away.
Yeah, this is also probably good enough, rook d4. But maybe even something else here. Yeah, probably not. Rook d1 is the move to make. Yeah. So bishop d7 is necessary, and now bishop c3 will be played, f6. And if I'm not mistaken, when I analyze this line, like long ago. It's possible to hang on, but it's really complicated because sometimes castle is the point, and then queen to a3 when black castles long. It's really it's tough position, but if you are well prepared, of course you can play it. Still, black is doing fine. Do we have any comments in chat? Is there any question or comment except how tall are we?
Yeah, actually, I read it from the middle conversation. So earlier it was a different type of conversation, which I am looking right now.
Yeah, you can update us if you see something interesting. I will just. I think also that we might leave our viewers to Marcin as well. If he's ready, and seems so we might have something interesting going around.
What do you have, Marcin?
Yes, exactly. We have still the Bulgaria against Poland match, where we had the Kazakhstan defense advanced, and with c5, I believe this is a very, very sharp line. And mainly white takes on c5, I play c4, and tries to hold the pawn on c5. Instead, white had chosen to play c3 and knight c6. Black is just developing, and now I believe dc might be considered as a small mistake, inaccuracy, because now black takes the pawn in the center, and after casting queen c7, double attack on the pawn on c5, on h2 as well, and white took on d5. And that position should be after b5 here and h5. This is a crucial move. Black is preparing some knight g4. For example, after knight d2, knight g4, if black moves the bishop from the diagonal h2 to b8 with, for example, bishop c3, this attack is very, very dangerous for white. So I believe black is already better here. So as you can see, if you are not prepared that well in the opening, it might be very, very hard for you to handle with white in the Kazakhstan defense. All right, back to the studio.
Well, there was a bit of different scenarios. We actually announced that. Thank you so much, Marcin, for giving us the updates in this game. Seems like it's going to be very shaky for white in that game.
Yeah, of course, if you are already in problems in the opening, it's really tough to get out of it. So we all like, we would all like to have like everything under control, that you have like a reasonable position all the time, but sometimes you just miss something in the opening and suddenly your position is really, really tough to handle. But as we've seen, Keti, not many, but in few games in this tournament, that sometimes even if you're completely lost, you can turn the tables with some tough resistance.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of such cases. Let's now get the chessboard back on the screen and check out the match between USA and China. Those two teams are leaders in the Pool B, and this is quite tough clash between those players.
Yeah. Also, after this match, we can also comment. I think there was a distinguished guest as well today at the playing hall. I think Polish minister, if I'm not mistaken. But let's just move on with the moves. We have in this position. It seems that white should be better, but because of isolated pawn and extra pawn at the moment, but this drawing margin is quite high in this type of positions. So it looks at the moment that you are much better, and with some kind of precise move, suddenly your advantage evaporates and you are steering to a draw. Let's check the second board. Looks a little bit more unclear at the moment, but of course black is perfectly fine two, let's say, drawish or equal position. This one might also, this one might be a little bit more interesting, but it seems that black is doing fine. White, of course, is like enjoying a little bit pleasant position, but yeah, not much for black to be worried about. And similarly, this I would say is the closest match from the matches we were following from the first day.
Yeah, seems like, and they have just started. Hopefully, we're gonna have some fireworks on the board later on when the time starts to tick. But for the start, this looks very promising. As you mentioned, we do had today a special guest just visiting us this tournament, Lukáš Schreiber, who is the minister member of the Council of Ministers, chairperson of this standing committee of the Council of Ministers, secretary of the Council of Ministers, chairperson of the government working programming team, and who is himself a good chess player.
Okay.
In fact,
that's super.
He is champion of Polish under 10, and in fact that is the tournament where Radoslav Wojtaszek also played, so they are from the same generation, and today he visited this tournament, which is such a great honor.
Yeah, I think this chess, I would say, experience and skill we were mentioning before can be adaptable in many different occupations, and politics is one of them. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So here we have fourth round, just starting and heating up. This is the second round for most of the players. We might have some changes, but basically the majority of the players have to play second game. And we were talking about that it can be tough because of the time control, but they have to do this, and there is no other way to skip the round. Very important round, as only 8 teams will qualify, and some of the teams will just live.
What's your opinion, Keti, about, let's say, some teams who basically already qualified? Will they fight to be first in the group, or will just a little bit opt for a slower approach, and maybe some draw will start to happen in some games, or you still expect some bloody fight? What's your opinion?
Well, that's a very good question.
Because you know players better.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I can say that they will fight until the last moment, because it is very personal to show them that you're in a good shape. You don't have anything to risk, so you're not stressed. And for sure, you would like to win the competition with all the wins in a row, and to tell to your opponents, like, okay, you qualified, but I'm the best in here. I got first, you got the 6th, and now you have to face me. So this is, I think, very personal. And I had the personal experience when I was playing under 16 Georgian Championship. I got 9 out of 9.
Oh,
and
Fischer style.
Yes. If we play, we do like that, but it's not happening every time. But I remember, like, sometimes there's your tournament and you're winning a lot of games. And I remember my last round opponent, she offered a draw in like 10 moves or something. So and then I didn't take it because I was in a good shape, and I was like, okay, let's just play and we will see. Yeah. But after that, it gives you more motivation, especially when your opponent's starting to get scared of you because of winning a lot of matches. So in my opinion, I think that they will keep pushing. What do you think?
Yeah, and especially since it's rapid and they are not used to this time control, they might use a chance to get some additional experience on this time control. And in rapid, you might try some things maybe they are not usually playing. Maybe we'll start to see in those matches in the group phase that some players will start to make some experiments, maybe even some kind of King's Gambit or something which they won't use in a like very important KO match.
Yeah, so Our final verdict is that we're gonna see fight anyway until the
Good.
last game.
That's good.
And also there is a rating on the
on the table.
They're
You're
fighting
right.
for the rating.
You're right. I see that some players are somehow their rating is not equal as their standard rating. So either they don't have so many chances to play in rapid tournaments. Maybe they came out with some ratings few years ago when they were much weaker, and because of not having so many chances, now they want to also increase their rapid rating as well.
Yeah, that's
this
a good
might
point,
be,
because
yeah.
it's not a problem only on few players, but in general it's a huge problem for the chess players, because the rating in rapid templates is in general the average very low. And this year, if I'm not mistaken, or previous year, FIDE even changed a little bit the system, and they give each player extra points. So now it's more or less balanced, and for instance, if you had your rating 2300 standard, and if your blitz rating was 1900, they give the extra points to make it more level to every players. And I also used that benefit out of it. I had 2100 the blitz rating, and now I have 2200.
Oh,
So it's like
you seriously improved.
Yes, without playing anything. But everybody, you did as well. Actually, maybe you didn't need it, but the players who needed that, if the rating difference is more than 100, they add it. So my classical is 2300 and my blitz is 2200, and that happened to every players. And that's a clear picture that we are very much suffering in chess to have this low rating in rapid.
Okay, of course, if we have more tournaments like this, more rapid rated tournaments, of course, at some stage it will start to be similar like standard, but I'm pretty sure that if we make some kind of test and ask players, can you tell us which rating you have in blitz and in rapid, some of them were struggling because they are more focused on standard rating. This is quite obvious, but of course rating is also in rapid, and blitz is showing some strength, because there is a huge difference between blitz and standard. It's obvious, yeah,
that's true.
Maybe we can get back to board.
Yes, we can actually get back to Martin. He has something prepared for us.
Yes, exactly. I would like to show you how to attack in the Sicilian opening with white. So there is a match Kazakhstan against Ukraine, and let's take a look at the opening, which was the Najdorf line in Sicilian opening, h3, e6, quite solid for white, but let's take a look. g5 already attacking on the king side. Black is trying to develop on the queen side some more. And as you can see, the opposite castling, which means both of them which will attack each other. And in that game, white seems to be faster, opening the position near the black's king, g6, bishop f6, exchanging the knights and playing bishop d4. I really like that approach of white. White's king seems to be really safe on b1. And as you can see, the pawn on g6 is already attacking the black king. All right, back to you.
Ooh, what a nice march here with the pawns on the king side. That seems the game that we're going to have something very good coming up soon. But meanwhile, we do have some updates in the match Bulgaria and Poland. Board 2 is something that we have to take a look right away.
Yeah. Okay, what has happened here? We were following this position at this point. Bishop came to e5, as you mentioned back, and then there was this c6 move, which was surprise.
It was indeed, and then. We were considering bishop h6 to stop everything happening on the king side. It didn't happen, and then as a result, look at this, what black started.
For me, this is a strange move, c6. You want to make this move only if you are sure that you are getting some benefit out of it. The way how it happened, it was not clear. I like this h5 move. Of course, it's not so hard because it's to find, because you want to put pressure over the h file. But suddenly it went so fast. It went so fast, and it seems that, yeah, this was just losing.
Yeah. So here is this trick that after bishop to h2,
h2, yeah, king.
you cannot play king to h1. That's a game over.
Yeah,
Bishop goes.
Yeah, this
check,
is
queen
motive
h2,
which
and
is
queen
fun
h1.
to see. And
If king goes on f1, that's I think the only
yeah, this is the
way.
only way. Now we have this piece which is on our way, so we need to find a way
need
how
to throw it away
yeah,
from
throw
the
it away
board.
from the board. Of course, maybe it's not that black is not in a hurry. Bishop e6 is a tempo, because threatening bishop c4. If knight comes to d2, now I think this probably wins on spot, since if you do so, you just cannot come out any longer, and it's checkmate. This seems like, yeah, like important. It will be or at least important point for Bulgaria.
It will be indeed, and what also beautifully played here with black, because like all these moves are in a way easy to see, but not so easy to make, and you have to start to make the correct moves to finalize.
Yeah,
the
of course, but
advantage.
now she's so close to victory that she has enough time. She knows that she has winning advantage, so this is like a perfect situation. But let's take a look other positions. How?
Before we go to the positions, I actually don't know much about the Bulgarian player here who plays with black pieces. So I just googled it, and Gergana,
yeah.
Pecheva,
yes.
So she is 20 years old, and she's holding FIDE Master and the Women International Master title, and she is 2 times Bulgarian woman rapid chess champion. So she is quite strong in rapid
we might ask for our team, our support for a Bulgarian maybe team that we check their lineup ratings like in standard.
Right.
So if we could get this graphic of Bulgarian team, if our technical support can provide us, we can maybe comment.
Really good.
Yeah,
and also she has played the Olympiad for Team Bulgaria in Chennai, and she is the winner of European Youth Chess Championship and also European Youth World Youth Chess Championship. So. Not an easy opponent, you know, to face in this very bad position with white.
Yeah, exactly. So playing second board behind, I think, hero of Bulgarian women chess, Antoneta Stefanova. It's of course a big pride for her, and I'm pretty sure that she's very happy at this moment to achieve this type of position. She did opt for another approach. If I see correctly, she played bishop f6 here.
She opens up the road for the queen to get
which
on
is
h2.
also good enough, since after g3, which seems like a logical way to defend, queen takes c6, and after queen e4 takes, and another piece is joining the party, and rook h1 is undefensible. Yeah, very nice, actually, motifs around. Very pleasant position for black. It seems that, yeah, we might get her soon in our commentary room, actually, because
you can invite her.
and maybe some additional question could be possible from our side.
All right, we do have the first result already in this round, and Team France scored on the first board against Egypt, and we can take a look at that. But before, we do have Martin in the studio with some updates.
Yes, exactly. The same match, Kazakhstan against Ukraine, different game, but also in the Sicilian opening. So let's take a look on the attack, but in the different game. After knight c6, bishop g5, the classical approach, Richter-Rauser variation, e6, queen d2, white castle, of course, long, and in a moment black will castle short. So as you can see, white is waiting to attack with g4 at first, putting the bishop on d3. Black is trying already to attack on the queen side, but white is also preparing the attack on the king side. As you can see, it's a very, very double-edged position. And here I believe black has made a big mistake by playing e5. It was good enough just to protect the pawn on b4 by playing queen a5. White has a small advantage, but it's not very, very big deal for black. But after e5, white may just take the pawn on b4. White is still thinking after queen b4. Black may try to play d5. This is the thing white is for sure thinking about. And now I can play queen b6, trying to trade the queens, take it off the board, and just I'm pawn up and my position is much better. So I believe after queen b4 there is no compensation for black, and I'm curious whether Natalia takes it or not. How do you feel about it? Back to the studio.
Yeah, from my point of view, always there is some chance in this type of position with the opposite castles, but of course white sometimes should have this materialistic approach, not just aiming to mate her opponent on the kick side, sometimes just collecting a pawn, even trying to, as you mentioned, Marcin, to exchange the queens. It's a recipe which is needed. So let's get back to our game. Maybe we can also get back to the playing hall to see how the players are doing there. So you see they're mainly focused. Team captains are around. Yeah, sometimes it's not easy to be a team captain because you cannot change much. There are some preparations which get unused. Also, there are sometimes good preparations which have been misplayed. Yeah, it's not an easy role, as they say from side. Sometimes you see better because, of course, you are more relaxed than players. But this is typical playing hall, right, Keti?
Yeah, that's right. Looks very nice, and to be in this playing venue feels, I think, right? I had a chance to walk there. It looks very nice. On the picture, it looks like really tiny little room and quite packed, but it's not so bad actually. Maybe we have this perspective. Also, taking into consideration that the players usually are not walking during the rapid time control, there is still enough room for everyone.
No, if I can say something, I would like actually to praise the whole team here, because fair play officers, arbiters, they're really doing a good job, because every, I would say, detail, if it comes up, they are ready to find a solution. I think that players are having good conditions. It's always useful when you are accommodated and you're playing at the same place, and I think they have really good conditions. So that's not the thing to discuss. I think we might say that there is a lot of people behind, unnoticed for viewers.
Some of them are also coming in our
Yeah, we have like whole team behind the broadcast. We have fair play officers strictly checking the fair play measures, mobile phones, checking the players. Also, we have technical delegate Gunnar Björnsson from Iceland. We have Lukas, as we mentioned, Secretary General from FIDE. He's always around. And the whole team from Polish Chess Federation. Huge team making a great job.
Indeed, and this is happening here in Poland in Bydgoszcz FIDE World Women's Team Chess Championship 2023. This tournament is happening once in 2 years. So the previous tournament was in Spain, Sitges, and it was quite a tournament.
Yeah, one of my favorite places. I shared first place that tournament when I was actually playing a lot as an active player, and it was one of my favorite places.
Yeah, no doubt why, because it's indeed a beautiful seaside, very close to Barcelona and very easy to approach by car. So let's get back in the course now.
Let's check the matches. Do you have some match, or maybe to take a closer look? We were now in Bulgaria against Poland. Maybe it's time that we switch to another pool, or
I would suggest to check how Team Germany is doing against FIDE Americas, because they have 0 points out of 4 rounds, and this is a very bad situation for the team.
Okay, this is very interesting. I'm not surprised, because Elizabeth is playing really interesting chess, as I mentioned before. She's very motivated to get back to top, so I'm pretty sure that she's working hard on her chess. So it looks, these are the positions it's really hard to evaluate, Keti, because my first opinion can be in let's say one direction, and then suddenly I see some new possibilities. It's really hard to evaluate. I would say that like first impression would be that black is doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
Second board, Dinara took a little bit different approach this time, playing a more solid, but this looks better for white. It must be better for white. So she's in driving seat here. How is this game doing? Seems like a model game of some pressure, but okay. White is still holding. Of course, it looks much better for black. And on the last board, we have some storm coming, maybe. Will white be able to create immediately some mating attack? Probably it's possible to do it.
It looks very interesting with these 2 knights and also dark square bishop, queen ready to jump in. There can be some sort of ideas of sacrifices, maybe knight h6 and open up a little bit of the diagonals and defiles. However, black's pieces are also very active. Bishop on e5, rook on a6, knight also very close to jump on the king side. White needs a precise plan here to start the king side attack.
Yeah, basically this whole match, with all due respect, looks really grim for Americas. But as we mentioned many times, it's very important if you as a player or as a person are not giving up, if you are resourceful, because in this time control you can survive, sometimes even lost position. But in general, I would say that we should maybe switch to another match, because this one looks clearly in Germany in their favor.
Yes, seems like that. We can take a look of the match Georgia versus India. We have not checked
sure,
that.
Let's do it. And maybe later to get back to Kazakhstan against Ukraine. Probably there are some interesting moments to follow. We have a similar case in this game, like it was Pat's game. The pawn is on h6, but black managed to avoid some direct threats. It looks very good, or let's say normal for black. I wouldn't be so worried if I would be black here, although white took some space. This one also complicated, typical battle. Black managed to find the right spots, squares for her knights. White is enjoying more space, but it looks pretty normal. Although, again, 1 TK is a little bit low on time, right?
She is, as usually. This is already not something new. She likes to use her time on the clock, and in this case, it is 10 minutes difference. Jumping to the next game, Divya against Tsatsalashvili. Here we have a very active knight in the center, and knight d5 right now is attacking the bishop on e4 and asking white to move this bishop away, and white has to be a bit careful where the bishop goes because pawn on d4 is in fact hanging.
Yeah, exactly. It seems to me that this isolated pawn is a bit in black's favor because usually when you are having an isolated pawn, you need to be very active, you need to have dynamics, while in this scenario, in this case, it seems to me that white has only some kind of like optical threats, and that black will be soon ready to exchange some pieces with the exchanges. Power and I would say strength of isolated pawn is been lost. And just one last moment is this game. It seems to me that black is doing perfectly fine. So some kind of conclusion would be that here we have, okay, black is actually pawn down, but it seems to me that black is doing fine here. Here black is doing as well, so it's sort of equal, normal position and normal position. Very tense, very tight
Very
match.
close
We will
match.
follow that one, but before, let's get back to our commentary friend.
Martin in the studio with some updates.
Yes, the position comes from FIDE Americas against Germany match. We can see the Ruy Lopez opening, and now black is trying to push some pressure on the center, but unfortunately after knight to g4, Maria Jose Campos took on d4, but instead of taking with the bishop on d4 immediately, and after queen d4, for example, knight c4, trying to go to e5 with the knight, and the position should be roughly equal. She made a decision to play bishop e5, which seems to be a big blunder because after knight f5, white started to attack black's king, and as you can see, after a few moves, white has obtained, Jana Schneider has obtained a great advantage, and now she can take on e5 exactly, and after the queen g4, which was played, and after g6, rook a to c1, there is a pin on a knight on c5. So white is crushing that position. To be honest, I believe it will be in the near future, white will finish that position, and Germany will lead against America.
Yeah,
All
can you
right.
agree with me that things look so simple when Marcin is showing? Somehow all the logics behind every move seems very,
Yeah,
very
it's
nice.
much easier to talk about it than to play on your own, to be honest.
But anyway, you're doing a great job, so you are helping us a lot. So let's
Yeah, we were struggling to understand how to start the kingside attack, and Martin just said, play rook to c1 because the knight on c5 is pinned, and somehow we were looking so much on the king side that there is this detail that we missed, but Martin
yeah,
is
we have
always
this.
there.
Yeah, we have this tendency just to look up for some kind of crazy mating nets, while Marcin is sometimes focusing on strategical point of view, which is always good.
Or the other side of the board,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thank you
let's
so
see
much.
what do we have. Maybe we can comment few things. Now we have like 3 games behind us. Who is currently doing best in the event?
Yeah, in Pool B, we do have Kazakhstan, the absolute favorite. Georgia is following up together with Ukraine, and we have India and France trying to somehow get into top 4 teams. We do have Egypt, who has not scored any point here, and in Pool B, we do have the following situation. We do have China, USA leading with 1 point ahead of China and Poland, and then we do have Bulgaria, FIDE Americas following, and in this pool we do have Germany, who has not scored yet a point.
And I was a bit interested in result, because if I'm not mistaken, we have like 2 perfect scores or 3?
Yeah, we have 3 perfect scores. The first one is 3 out of 3. Lela Javahishvili, who plays the 3rd board for Georgia, and then we have Amina Karbekova, who has 2 out of 2, as well as Claudia Kolon, who has 2 out of 2, and she plays for Team Poland.
Yeah, to be able to, I think, to win a medal, you need to have a really like 1 or 2 players who are really doing great, performing much above their rating. I think this is important. And as you can check in some recent team tournaments, always there were some players who were really outperforming. For example, in men competition, it was Sargsyan usually for Armenia, and in the women championship Olympiad, I just mentioned you the result from Olivia Kulbasa in India, in Chennai during Olympia. She was scoring after 9 rounds. She was doing the same result, if I'm not mistaken, as Gukesh. Gukesh was also 8 out of 8 or 7 out of 7, and Olivia was also doing fantastic job. Yeah. So which match? Maybe it's time that we check Kazakhstan against Ukraine. I'm quite
Kazakhstan
curious.
against Ukraine is a very good choice, and also we had asked questions. Martin asked question if on the board 3.
Okay, let's check that.
Sorry,
board.
board 2. If on the board 2, white would capture the pawn on b4, and the answer is on the board, and the pawn is not on the board, so it means that white captured this pawn.
My comment was I didn't want to interfere with Martin comments, but from my experience, and the thing is, engines do tend to give you, maybe not overestimate, but somehow when the pawn is closer to promotion, they are giving you a little bit, I would say, a little bit optimistic evaluation, and usually the guy who is pushing the pawns far is gaining something like 0.3, 0.4 in the assessment, but later it can be a headache, because even in endgame sometimes there are ways how to create a passer. So usually from my point of view, I was always trying to be flexible, not to push those 2 pawns too quickly, because if you block, that means that your opponent is safe, and although in some scenarios it's an asset, here I'm not so sure. And basically in the end it was also a headache for black, because the pawn was weakness. Here this queen exchange is in white's favor. I'm not sure that black can count here on any compensation, which means that this opening strategy is dubious. Long term, as I said, although this king looks locked, this c4 and king comes to c2 is a way how white is coming out in this position.
All right, that's very interesting. How
similar position here as well. No b pawn, d5 played.
This is so interesting. Like in this position, you need to have a knight on the board to put on g6 and open up this h file. You need to play back house in this game and to just start the attack.
Here, if I could add, also engines do tend to overestimate this push edge or g pawn, and players who are experienced Sicilian players, they know how to handle this, and when one side stops, for example, here it was the case with white, on the other wing the fun starts. So it's sometimes, as I said, it's overestimated initiative, and I would maybe be happy to play with black this type of position, because long term white will be the guy to defend.
Yeah, indeed.
And we have first board. What's going on here? Yeah, this is some kind of subtle maneuvering, although 2 bishops should guarantee advantage for white in sort of open position, which brings us to the last board. And this d5 was played, and then this stuff. Yeah, here Knight c6 e5 is sometimes an idea, but in this scenario was not the way.
So the idea of knight b3 is to play bishop to c5
Yeah.
and win the exchange. And let's
Black
see.
should be fine here, but of course some precision is needed.
Oh, this is interesting. Black's decision to give up the exchange.
Okay, let's stop for a second. Is there any tactics, immediate tactics, where this queen goes? Okay, it goes. So what was the point? What was the point here? Do you see?
I don't see actually any threat here on the diagonal. Dark square diagonal, there's no check. Maybe she couldn't hold it on f6
No,
anymore.
something is strange here. I think it was normal few moves ago. So let's say here. My feeling is that black is completely fine. And suddenly we have this position rook down or exchange down. This looks lost. So we can say that here Kazakhstan is experiencing first real problem in the match.
Yeah, that's true. So this game is something that we're going to come back and check it out as well. But Martin has something prepared for us, so we have to take a look. What is that?
All right, so let's take a look at the one of the games from the match, France against Egypt. And in such a position, it looks like a regular Sicilian opening position, and black played f5 after 10 minutes of thinking, putting a pressure on the center. And the problem of white here is that the king is still in the center, and after castling, black created a great move, rook c8, and great attack after b3, b5 immediately. And I believe it's just a matter of time when black will finish that game opposite castling, and still white is under the severe attack. There is, of course, if I take on b4, then even after knight to b4, black is already winning. And actually, I don't see any other way of handling that position with white. So I believe Anastasia Savina will really briefly win that position. Okay, back to the studio.
All right, that's the position when you want to sneak out with the king and leave the board, because there is no any single square for this king to be safe. And Savina Anastasia seems like to be on a point.
I think, Keti, we should try to stick one game or one match. So it's your choice which one you want.
Oh, that is very tough decision, because it can be really, really interesting to check out many games.
Yeah, but let's stick to one match because time trouble is approaching.
I would vote for USA versus China, because these two teams are the favorites in Pool B, and winner of this between them will take the first place.
But I think this is the closest match. But okay,
Yes.
let's see. So we are here. You mentioned this match. This position looks drawish. It should be. It should. But okay, b5 is a weakness. It should be a draw. Really, it should be a draw. This position is, I would say, without some big adventures. Let's move to the second one. Yeah, this one is more challenging. White should be better, although long term there are chances for black as well. But here we have some kind of time trouble for black, so we could stay here. And let's check this board. Ooh. Again, like interesting for black from black side. This one looks better for white. So maybe let's stick to the second board. Unpleasant position.
quite unpleasant indeed, and it's not so easy to play with the almost no time on the clock. But it's also quite tough for white to find a plan here, right? Like Queen E2 now has been played. White needs to shuffle a little bit the pieces.
Okay, there is a clear point behind it to
Bishop.
push Queen, play.
I thought she was going for Bishop G3 to hit the pawn on E5.
Yeah, that's an option as well, but you don't want to open this or exchange this bishop on F6. It's like some kind of like a passive piece. Yeah, we will see. 5 minutes on the clock, not so much. Real-time trouble approaching.
Right, and any decisive result can be the important and the crucial for each of these teams, because this is the most balanced match, and we might have 3 draws and 1 decisive result.
Yeah. This is something which might be possible, but Keti, as you know, that sometimes things were not going according to our predictions. Who knows what will happen here?
That's also true.
Okay, black is trying to stick to defense. What's going on this board?
Ooh, this is interesting. Black is so active in this center. You can only see black's pieces here on this game.
Yeah.
Well, in case of knight d5, if white activates the knight, maybe black will just start to kick the knight back, maybe bishop c6, and start to somehow attack in the center with f5. Here, Annie Wang has real issues to solve, as black's pawn structure and the knight on d4 is just dominating the board. And black's game is very easy here. Black can push either the pawns on the queen side and get more space advantage, or even to double the rooks on d file and open up the d file whenever she's ready.
Yeah, I don't know if she's ready to open the file, but I know that Marcin is ready to show us something else. So let's see.
Yeah, exactly. There is a match, India against Georgia, Mary Arabidze playing against Agrawal Vantika, and I believe white may play a very, very nice sacrifice here. Really classy move, knight to d5, exchanging the pieces, but also helping the bishop to be better on d4. There will be no e5 move. So after knight d5, I believe the best black can do is to take with the pawn on d5, and now I can even take on d5. Great advantage for white. I believe there are several other possibilities for white to obtain the advantage, but I believe that one is really nice to be seen. All right, back to the studio.
Yeah, okay. It's always nice to have advantage, but it's far away from bringing a point to the team, as we have seen many times in this event. So interesting advantages disappeared, evaporated. It's important that you are very skillful, right, in your technique?
It is indeed very important, and this match is also very important. Team Georgia and India. This is very, very close match. Thank you, Martin, for bringing that. Maybe we can, in fact, switch to that, as there are a lot of situations in this match when we don't have equal position. And in fact, if we go on the board 3 in the match of India-Georgia, we might see some funny situation. So this is, let's bring up the chess board on the screen. And here we have board of 3.
Yeah, this looks to me now as a model way of handling the position with black, but of course white is still without a serious weakness. They are getting low on time. We will follow this one closely. You mentioned second one. Yeah, this was actually shown by Marcin, and then on the
Look at this. We don't see very often here this kind of knights in the center.
Yeah.
Seems like white
Yeah.
did not. I have never seen it.
looks
actually,
like
but
France, right? Yeah, it seems that I don't know.
France?
Yeah, France. Somehow it looks to me.
They look like horses. too.
I don't know. Same position, completely different. And now the queen is joining the party. Yes, same position, completely different conclusion.
But I love it. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I love it as well. But of course, it should be in black favor. We could maybe stay in this connected with this game because 2 minutes on the clock. Pawn up for white, for black. Is it already a big advantage?
I think Divya just was aiming to give up this pawn to have this kind of threats on the diagonal as now queen on c7, the bishop on g3 are at the same file. Although Nino has this knight f5 idea, which can save the knight first of all and then attack the bishop on g3. So it is quite tense position, but look at the time. In this game, Divya has 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and time can be crucial for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree. Let's calculate. What do you do if I play knight f5?
Threatening the bishop.
You
to be
have some
captured.
jump, but if you take on f7, I take on g3, so this is not good. I don't see anything around. Maybe.
Maybe rook c1 to ask the queen where are you
Yeah,
going?
but okay, she will find a spot, queen b7, and I think the storm is over. It seems that black is enjoying like serious advantage. It's not just Keti, it's not like just a pawn up. It's also fantastic knight in the center, outpost on d5, outpost on f5, bishop g3 out of the play. So, a lot of nice things for black to be happy about it. Also, very important if Nino scores a crucial win with black.
Indeed, and it's also very personal for her as they just played a few days ago Tata Steel, Blitz and Rapids, and Divya was the player who was winning in this match against Nino quite nicely, and sometimes you just need to win back at least one game to to boost your self. And we do have Marcin in the studio with the position that we were asking for, extra knight, and then here in this game of Nino and Divya we have 4 knights in the center looking very much weird. Marcin, what's happening?
Yeah, let's take a look at the attack of white. Now white played h6, attacking the king, trying to open the position near the black's monarch. So after de, h check, and the big blunder bishop g7. Instead, black should have played queen to g7, and the play is still on, but after rook d to g1, white's attack is really severe. But in the game, black took with the bishop on g7, and there is a very nice tactical blow. Rook to h7 check, king had to take because of that bishop on a2, which is not visible. Very good. Rook h1, and after king g6, I can even take f to e4, which was done in game, and there is a threat of queen g3. The king's position is hopeless, so he will mate it in few moves, I believe. Okay, back to the studio.
Oh, what a nice sacrifice of the rook. You don't have a rook on the board, but you're still winning. And oh!
Rook b3.
Just happened. We saw your reaction.
You press something?
Yeah, it's somehow it happened. Rook b3 is coming. Okay, still I believe white's position is winning, but I was astonished by that move, to be honest. Of course, white cannot take on b3 because of bishop e4 check, and the rook on h1 is hanging. But of course, after rook g1, white is still winning.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
Wow, what a game. But it was a blunder there for Rahmangunova, Anastasia, and this could be, very challenging for the match, as Kazakhstan is a team which is leading in the pool A, and someone has to stop them.
Yeah, But okay, what do we do? Shall we check what's going on in the match you mentioned, or first finish with this one? So let's finish with
Yes.
Georgia against India. What's going on here? It seems to me that Black has managed to outplay her opponent on the first board. So Bela Kotenashvili is playing an important role in this match. If you win with Black on the first board, that's like a huge boost for your team. So yeah, tough time for White on the first board. For Harika, on the clock is still not like severe time trouble, but both players are getting closer to it. On the second board, we have better position with White, but still unclear. But Vantika is in really tough situation due to the
time, yes.
Yeah. Only 1 minute, and we have third board we mentioned. Better for Nino. Last board. Lela. Okay, opposite card bishops. I would take Black in this position. So I think this will be a crucial point. But anyway, chances of India look really grim, I would say at the moment. So Georgia is favorite in this situation to win the match. So maybe time to switch to another match. What's going on in Bulgaria against Poland? Antonetta is enjoying slight plus, but not more against Olivia Klobasa. On the second board, Pecheva was completely winning. Has something changed here? How this is not made yet? But
I can't believe that this game is still on.
Yeah, but it seems now that
I think Black is just enjoying the moment.
Yeah. Okay, still you need
enjoying
to
the winning situation.
Yeah, find a killer. Probably some Queen G5 or something is winning immediately. Although, yeah, still there is a work to do. We follow this one as well. On the third board, Krasteva Beloslava against Claudia Colon. It seems again that Claudia is pressing. Yeah, it seems just better for Black. On the last board, what has happened in that crazy opening? Okay, Black managed to castle, and who is better here? What's going on here? Threatening a checkmate.
Moves. Queen F1 is a
Threat.
It's a threat.
Yeah.
So King G1 has to be played, right?
Yeah, and it will be played. After King G1.
I think it was already on the board.
Yeah.
King G1.
King G1, Knight C2.
Knight C2.
Yeah, White is better, but as we have seen in Victoria's games, yeah, she's very resourceful.
Yeah, there's Queen E7 move that threatens checkmate.
Yeah,
on
Queen
the
G4
board.
forced, probably to protect.
Queen G4.
And okay, White is much better, controlling the D file, but still Black is a pawn up at the moment. Yeah, still unclear. Maybe we can move on. Here, it seems that Black is doing great. This is third board. On the first board, they are just moving back and forth, but it should be a draw. White conquered your strategy. She has conquered this E5 pawn, which of course now looks much better for White. This one is also hanging. F6 will be played.
And there's also in some lines the problem of the back rank.
Yeah,
in
but
this
okay,
kind of
let's
positions.
calculate if Black takes, some F6 will be played. Is this initiative enough for White? It's unclear, but White is clearly pushing. And we mentioned this third board. Yeah, this game might decide the outcome of the match, and at the moment it's in black's favor. So let's switch to another game. Okay, here we concluded that white is much better. It seems that it's close.
Is there a checkmate coming up, like f6, queen h4, queen h6?
Yeah, it looks really tough. Oh, okay, king h8, rook g8 is a possible defense, but it looks really horrible. First board, Pats is having complicated battle. This game might be interesting to follow. What's going on here?
Two pieces versus rook. It's never easy for the player who has rook. But on the other hand, black's king is quite active. Do you think that black has enough forces to hold this position?
It's not an easy question. It should be holdable, but maybe some concrete calculation is needed, because if white managed to somehow support this b pawn, it might be a serious issue. But at the moment, I would say that black should somehow hold this one. Maybe is still I don't know, closer to a draw than to win for a white. And this one we checked. Okay, it seems.
Oh, there's a result on the third board.
Yeah, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Yeah.
And the last board is very important in this match.
Yeah, but it seems to me that white should win this one. As you mentioned, for example, bishop h6, check. Let's say king h8, takes, queen here, queen d8, or knight d7. I don't know if knight d7 is holding.
Oh, there are many ways to checkmate here. Like you can also do f6, bishop
f6,
d7.
bishop
and
d7
knight
was
h6.
my plan, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, it just seems winning. What else do we have? Here, white has won the game. On this, what has happened here? It was, this was winning easily from the opening. This looks better for black. Pawn up. This looks better for white. It seems that they are cruising in this match quite easily. France against Egypt, which takes us to maybe the crucial match for the standings between Kazakhstan and Ukraine.
Yeah.
First board, Shenina is a
Pawn down, actually, and they have the same color bishop, and the pawn on a5 is tragically on the dark square, so
okay,
white can
only
approach that too.
Good news is that black's king will come very quickly to b5, which means that we might have, for example, let's say that I open my king somehow, let's say f4 or whatever. You come, I come, you play something like g6. Yeah, so maybe d5 is more precise, but anyway, then I play queen d3, you can play f5. It looks to me that, I was thinking maybe that if I start to exchange, but then my white king will penetrate
so
to the
close, and there are still too many pawns on the board.
This looks much better for, not just much better, it looks like winning for white. Here, this was something we already commented as really better for white. So basically here we have some kind of level, I would say, evaluation for those two boards. This one is completely lost, but how she ended in a reasonable, not reasonable, but I would say avoiding a checkmate position. Okay, she's still fighting. Why is this so bad? I don't get it. Maybe Maybe there is some kind of direct ideas with queen c4 and then opening this bishop and queen g8. Yeah, this should be lost. And here it seems that Natalia is doing very well. What can happen here, Keti, is that we have a match where all 4 games end with win for white. Because this one looks like a completely winning.
So it's white's match.
Yeah. This one looks completely winning for white. This one looks better, but okay, here, why g6? Is this move necessary? Strange decision, okay. And this one looks winning for white. So only maybe in Natalia's game, and actually if she doesn't win, then in the end, again, Kazakhstan will win the match.
Yeah, very interesting situation. Black just played knight back on f6, and now white has to make the decision either to trade his pawns from g6 to h7 or to play something else. But you need a plan, right? You need somehow to find a plan to finalize the game. There's also a pawn hanging on f3 that black can consider to take that next move. Do you think that white should be worried about that and should play some move like rook to f1 to guard it?
Yeah, but I think long term white needs to find some plan, because black can activate her king much faster. This is, I think, the main thing, that black king is ready to enter the game, and with the last moves. So what is the difference here? White also allowed knight, which wouldn't actually jump to f4, because then we have like this classical way of exchanging knight for the bishop, bishop for a knight, and then having like a model domination of knight against the bishop. But here, the way how white played, of course she was worried maybe, or she wanted to take a different direction, but the way she played now, it's a bit, I would say, a relief for black, since knight will be able to jump and make some threats to white's position. So I'm not sure that now...
Oh, the game on the screen has ended. Kielbasa Olivia
Yeah.
against Antoaneta Stefanova. And you can see the kings are in the center, both of them. So that means that the game ended in a draw. And still the other game.
Yeah, okay, this game we already commented as a game of Antoaneta. I can just come back, but this game we already commented as some kind of slight plus for white, but equal position. They were just moving a bit back and forth, and this end game was very drawish. Yeah. This one, we are expecting that black wins, but is white actually surviving a bit? Probably not, but the technique was maybe not ideal, although if you win, who cares, right? It's
Yes.
important that you win.
But now I'm starting to worry about black's king as well, because it's quite
but
open
in the
as well.
next
If you
move,
make
queen h5 and something, of course I need to take an eye on knight d6, but yeah, still it looks that black is in complete control. This one, Krasteva is a pawn down. Yeah, and chances look grim. It seems that Claudia is again much better. In this game, I think that Radeva again is actually creating some chances, and it doesn't look so hard for her in this position, normal position. It won't be easy for white to convert or to gain some serious advantage.
another game has ended, and this is Kazakhstan, Azulbaeva
Yeah,
on
as-
the board,
as
adjusting the
expected.
pieces. For her opponent as well. Now Shanina has lost the game against Bibi Sara, and Kazakhstan is taking 1 point lead for now.
Yeah, as I commented before, second board is crucial for that match. If Natalia Buksa doesn't win that one with white, and it seems that she's not having a serious advantage, then then it will be tough. I think we have a third board. We have a result. I think that black won here, so tough situation for Bulgaria. Okay, not tough position. No, actually, they just need to survive on the last board. But still, it seems that Poland is in better situation.
Wow, and Bulgaria has just scored a point against China in the previous round, round 3, and that was quite a nice score for the team. And
yeah,
it's not enough. They need to score more and more, as we know that 2 teams going to go out.
Yeah, but in this situation, Bulgaria can maximum. Not max, but of course, if everything goes normally for them, maximum result, it's a draw.
All right, we do have Martin in the studio with some of the information. Let's take a look at this.
Yes, exactly. In the match USA against China, Black played G5. There was a threat of rook E8, but Black had created a spot for the king, and White could have won after H4 at first, trying to take on G5. And just after rook d5 to play rook e8 check, and at the end of the day queen will go to e4 and grab the rook. Instead, white played too early rook e8, and now after taking king h7 and queen f8, black can escape with the king to g6, and after queen g7, king h5, g4 and king h4, and going to g3 even. So that might be even dangerous for white. And we shall see what happens in the game. Okay, back to the studio.
Wow, what a march by the
very interesting. Yeah.
You know, guys, I lost once the game like that in a blitz game. I was checkmating my opponent's king, and then he got on king on g3, and I cannot avoid checkmating one move. That was a painful.
Yeah, those king marches are quite famous. Of course, you have this Kasparov against Topalov, his best game, according to him, some kind of fantastic king march and sacrifice. But you also have on the other side, you have sometimes the king can escape and even become a dangerous piece. I remember also a game Gashimov against Grishchuk, because Grishchuk was just traveling around the board. Yeah, so it's something which we all like to see. Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah. Thank you so much, Martin, to bring us all this information. I'm sure you're going to come back once again with more updates. Meanwhile, something happened in the match between Poland and Bulgaria.
Yeah, this happened in the end. Actually, it finishes in a style, but it's not so hard to spot this. But here in the end, these tactics worked in the black favor. Now it's over. Yeah, queen is on the board, queen up, and I think that soon we will have resignation on the last board. Yeah, it's this maybe it's position to follow.
This is a position to follow. How would you evaluate this position?
Listen, when knights are on the board, chances are increasing that you will have some complicated endgame. It's not easy to convert it, much easier to convert with bishops. So in general, when rooks and knights are on the board, it's quite complicated. And sometimes you can lose, for example, knight and the rook, 3 against 2 on the same side is possible to lose. While with the bishop it's quite easy to defend. So this is long term, it's quite complicated. I cannot believe that black can win here, but who knows?
Black wins pawn back here as the knight and the pawn are hanging.
Yeah, and Radeva is a really good blitz player. And as I said, a big fighter. Although she lost yesterday this rook's endgame, it was drawn, but yeah, she lost it in the end. That's why I'm mentioning this. Do we have like a reminiscent of the yesterday? They seem that rook is behind, that black is slightly worse, but it should be holdable.
Yeah, what happened? We do have a bit of coverage of camera, but I think one of the game in this team, in this match has happened, ended, and it's a board.
Yeah, second,
through
Pecheva has won the game. So that brings us to the crucial encounter on the last board. If black will hold this one, it looks holdable, it looks drawish, but still in rook's endgames, anything can happen.
Yeah, so in this position, white probably will push pawn c5. And it's a good point that the other game we had earlier, the pawn was on a file. It was a bit farther from the game, and now we have the pawn on c file, and this can have a major difference. And another point is that if white tries to sneak on the king side with king h3, king h4, king h5, and then on g6, black should keep the pawn on g6 or g5, not to allow white's king to go so far.
Yeah. The idea is actually, as you said, to cut this way through. This is, of course, logical. Yeah, this endgame is interesting to follow, especially when we know that this game is the last one and deciding a match. Yeah, let's check also what do we have somewhere else. So, US, not much is happening, and basically they are really low on time.
Oh,
yeah.
I can suggest very nice game. Team France against Egypt. Let's go right away on board
but please,
3.
Please, let's take a look of this game, because what I see that players are on the last seconds, board is full of pieces. Maybe it's still match is not decided. Maybe Keti is the moment to stay a bit.
Germany against
China against US.
Okay, because I had upset in that position where Sophie Millet is losing against Egyptian player.
But this match is in French favor, right? Or is this decisive?
Not yet.
Ah, okay. Then we might go there and come back, because here it seems to me that we will have like really excitement, because players are long time. Not much has been decided in the position, and 10 seconds only for a move, which is not so much. But you mentioned France. Let's go there.
Board 3, and this can be actually, in fact, the.
So what has happened here? It seemed at, I think, some point here, it seems that white should be doing fine, although of course black was also. Something happened.
We got the board back.
Yeah, something happened. I don't know what, but we will need to forget that one, I think, for the moment. Radeva made a draw in the end.
Right.
Yeah, so we have.
That's a good save, right?
Yeah, 2-2 in that match, which brings us to this one. White has sacrificed the exchange. What is going on the first two boards? It seems some kind of improvement.
White has an extra pawn in the center.
Here we have this king march. Yeah, some interesting things are going on, but still unclear what will happen in the games.
Yeah, do we have the match of France against Egypt, or we cannot check that game?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We lost it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
let's check this game of US against China. What's going on here? Suddenly it seems again that white is winning. I don't know what has happened. So here it should be winning for white. On the first board there is an improvement. It looks a little bit unpleasant. It seems that white managed to win that one. So here it looks still better for white. And now black is pushing in this game. That it might be equal in the end. Yeah, still it's complicated. What do you
It is.
expect? Who will win the match?
So tough to predict anything with no time on the clock. As you mentioned, 10 seconds is not indeed too much of the time.
Yeah, it might end up in a draw. 2-2, so it's unclear. But maybe it's time while we are waiting to see if we can get some first row experience, huh?
Yeah, indeed. So the match China to USA is very close, very important as well. Those two teams are the leaders. And we do have an interview. Martin has a guest in the studio.
Yes, Georgina Pejchova from Bulgaria. Congratulations for the victory. You drew a match as a team. Let's take a look at your game. Your opponent played c6. What did you calculate here? You played b5, right, attacking the queen.
Yeah, that's the most natural move which first came to my mind.
And now?
Yeah, queen e2. So now, okay, after queen e2, she obviously has probably the idea of going here. And because I didn't want to move back my pieces, I decided that, okay, I'm not gonna go castle, I will just go h5. Also, it's rapid time control, so
yes,
it makes
course.
sense to put more pressure on her. And I think, yeah, knight g4, she cannot take. I don't know. I think bishop into g4, it's very bad
it's
move
a
because,
very
like,
big
it's
mistake, of course, opening the
h5.
h5, right.
Yeah, here, bishop f6. Yeah, here I was debating between bishop c3, because like she cannot take because it's mate, queen h2. Yeah, knight c3, queen h2, king f1,
yes,
king.
of course.
Yeah, so she has to go queen e7, rook e7, king e7, take. And then I was not sure that this is very easy to win, and I decided that, okay, I'm not gonna go for this.
Yes, bishop f6, there is a threat of queen
f4.
h2, yeah.
I can maybe just take the pawn, but this is opening the whole position, so...
Yeah, must be good.
Yeah, must be good. Yeah, king f1.
Check.
Check here, queen h4.
Yeah, there is a threat of bishop g4.
Yeah, and
here you crushed it with black. I must agree with that. And here a very, very solid game of yours. Even you can exchange the queens, but of course you don't want to. Just to attack further. And after bishop h4, it's just collapsing, right? The king is very, very weak.
Yeah.
That game was really brilliant. So, yeah, very convincing victory over white. We're playing with black. I believe rook h1 and queen h5 would win as well.
Immediately. So rook h2. Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't see
with the threat of mating or rook h2. All right. Thank you very much. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Martin. And we had in the studio Pejchova, who won the game convincingly, and the match between Bulgaria and Poland is 2-2, which is a very nice result indeed.
One match point. It's always good when your win brings some match points to your team, right?
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Martin. And we do have still some games in progress, and we have to keep the eye last seconds on the clock for those players.
So here
who are
it
still
was
playing.
in the end. It was we can scroll to the end in this position suddenly. As Martin was showing that there was h4 important move, that the king is suddenly running away. Here...
Oh, whoa, too many question marks.
Yes.
Rook to g1 is a bad move. Why?
Yeah, for me it's not so clear to understand. probably the idea of stopping g4 with queen g3 was not the best. Some queen b7 and then rook to d2. Basically, after queen b7, it's funny that white cannot create any threat. So white can just move around with queen. Black will place his her rook to d2, and maybe king is perfectly safe on h5, which sounds funny. Black took a different route with queen g3, but now queen is not protecting f7, and g4 was too optimistic.
Oh wait, how many question marks?
Yeah, but that's okay. It's a blitz or blitz mode.
That's so beautiful for us
Yeah.
to see. But sometimes this question marks is missed wins. Actually, it's not the bad
Exactly.
move, but missed wins.
So here, players were playing, I would say, in the right way, and suddenly this queen g4 was opening the king. I guess the point was maybe that it's better to leave this king, leave this pawn as some kind of defender of the black king. So what has happened there? Rook e1 was a threat to play rook e4. Black was stopping it with rook c5, queen f7, king rook c2, queen d5 was an issue. What was the bad? Listen, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
We cannot blame players not to find a way in time trouble on the last seconds to find the right way. Of course, computer is laughing, but it's
Yeah.
really tough
Because
situation.
like for instance, in that position, king g3 was the move that was keeping the game
Yeah,
on
okay,
for black.
it's-
It's not easy to see
Yeah,
this move.
because you don't want to come, I don't know, to check, but I understand.
The idea is a beautiful.
Queen
Queen
h4,
h4, queen h2, yeah.
To create a threat. Listen, the strategy of creating a threat is always useful. So this was the best in the end. Yeah, in the end, this queen on d5 was really dominating black position, and queen d6 threatening rook f4 was, yeah, just checkmate. And here we have win for white. I'm quite surprised how white managed to outplay her opponent in that, I would say, dry endgame, which brings us to this position.
This is the only live game right now, and the current result is 1.5 to 1.5, the most decisive game right now.
I'm not sure that this is correct, but no, transmission is bad because, of course, this was not played. Something is strange. Yeah, I don't know what has happened.
Maybe we
here.
can also zoom a little bit on the video so
Yeah,
we can have a closer look.
Let's check on camera, maybe full view to see what's going on here, because there is some drama. It's not that players are fully relaxed, which means that that position is still, I would say, vivid. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, black has only a rook and a pawn, right? 2 pawns. While white is a piece up. Am I?
Knight, rook, and pawns.
Is that a rook? Is black having 2 rooks, or it's a pawn?
I see only one rook.
1 rook and 2 pawns.
Yeah.
So she misplayed something badly, because now white is a piece up, right? Which is really strange how on earth this happened. Yeah, this is quite strange. Yeah, it's tough for us to follow this way. Hopefully we will get the moves again, because it's too hard to see from the distance what's going on the board.
All right.
Yeah.
Check is on the board. King has to. Black is trying to be very active with the king.
Can you guess the right squares? I think the pawn is on h2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, now rook is on h1.
Yeah.
1 pawn is on where G5.
Rook is on A2 and pawn is on A4.
Now white can
F5.
take the H pawn.
And black will take the A pawn, attack the knight.
Yes, but this G pawn or F pawn is alive.
So if white manages to capture the pawn and saves all the pieces, that's winning.
Yeah, it seems to me that white is now piece up. Only chance for black is to somehow get this G. Is this a G4? Yeah, G4 pawn. I don't know what has happened here, but black misplayed badly. Now it looks like just a piece up for white. I don't know what happened there. Big.
Seconds on the
now
clock for
white
these
is a little bit
players.
more relaxed, as I can see. I don't know, do you have the same feeling, but it looks that white is now enjoying her position. She has a clear plan. What will she do? Okay, white is sticking to a G-pawn, trying to not allow white's knight to come to the king side to be,
And now,
available.
yeah,
But
knight will
now-
go around, and then white will start to give the checks to kick this knight away.
Yeah, this seems as a plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also rook trade is not a big change, as white will still win the game. The pawns are on G file, right? They are not
Yeah.
on, even though if it's on H file, I think it's still
Yeah.
winning.
It looks completely winning now. I don't know.
Just a matter of time in the technique, and white is
Yeah.
clearly enjoying.
Yeah. Crucial point for US, right? And suddenly China, who had everything under control, has lost. Okay, we are not sure yet, because still the game is in progress. But China was looking really, really, really good, in a good shape.
Maybe it will not change much in the standings, as China has collected.
But
A
we
lot
are
of
not sure
points.
now, because now it seems that black has managed to find some way to
Hold it.
put some, I would say, pressure on the white's way to convert the advantage.
Yeah, I thought that this knight would go passive a little bit to put on F2 to cover the second rank and the king and guard the pawn on G4 and then activate the rook. Maybe that's the way. Because knight on F5 looks beautiful but doesn't do much.
Yeah, you're right. It must be a way. It must be a way to bring the knight. We will see. So do we have results of other matches? Maybe you can.
Yep, pretty much we do have the results in the Pool A. We do have here France winning 3-1 against Egypt. The same result, Georgia against India 3-1. Georgia won the match on the first and the third boards. Games were decisive. Team Kazakhstan once again wins the match against Ukraine. Bibisar Asalbayeva, she is having very good tournament. 2 wins and 2 draws on the first board is indeed very, very strong.
Yeah, and in that match happened what I was commenting, that on the second board, Natalia Buxa needs to win a game. If she doesn't do so, they will lose a match, and actually this happened.
Yeah, so that the standings is something that we don't have much of the changes. We do have France and India swapping the seats. I think this is going to be big match of between France and India, who will get in top 4 and who will go at home. And then in Pool B, this games actually belongs into Pool B. It's still in progress, but we do have the other matchups ended. Bulgaria and Poland shared the points 2-2. And we do have Germany winning for the first time 2.5 to 1.5 against FIDE Americas.
Yeah, that means that Germany, if they manage to score with those, I would say, draws in other matches, that can be help for them to catch the leaders.
Yeah.
Because now they are only 3 points behind, which is not so much. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here, this match is still in progress.
It's interesting. We do have Marcin in the studio. I don't know if Marcin is bringing this game or another game, but do you have any idea what is happening in the current game?
Actually, in the current game, I didn't look at it now because I was trying to find the way to handle that position with the escaping king we are talking about. And so white could have won. Black should have played rook c2 now. Just to attack the king, and after rook g1 just to take the pawn on g4 with the queen, for example. Instead, black played queen g4 immediately, and now white could have won after rook d3, creating the threat of rook h3 or g3 if needed. So that is the thing I wanted to show to you, and we are going back to the studio.
Yeah. Thanks, Marcin. Keti, we do have moves now from China, US. Let's see the board. Let's see what's going on there, because now it's much easier to follow for us.
Yeah. Okay, we knew that was the position, but it's good to see it actually.
Yeah.
All right. So black is keeping very active. King is cut on the 3rd rank now. Seems like still winning for white, but white needs a convincing way to do it.
Yeah. Now it seems that each move that white is making some considerable progress, and we can expect, I would say, resignation. If this happens, that means that US will lead the field, right?
That's true. They can actually guarantee their to go to top 8.
Yeah, so they will be enjoying really nice standings after this match, while China will need to still work hard.
In fact, tomorrow is the final day of top 12, and after this match we can actually already be secure to say that Kazakhstan and USA qualified to top 8, which is the goal in this segment of the tournament.
And actually in this pool in US, Poland, they look like sort of qualified. China, Bulgaria will need to work a bit, but I wouldn't say that Americas and Germany are without chances here. It will be very interesting. My inner feeling is that we will have in that pool last match, decisive match.
Yes, indeed. So, in fact, I'm wondering what is happening in the pairings, in terms of pairings. Let's maybe ask for the team composition of Germany. We can check out who are their opponents in tomorrow's rounds. If we can pull up that. And meanwhile, while we are waiting for that graphic to appear on the screen, it got dark actually.
Yes,
exactly. It's very late.
Sometimes it's funny, Keti, when I see this live camera, suddenly I realize that we had a long day in office.
Long day, yes, it is. So that is indeed. Let's see German team composition, and we can check out who are they playing against. And Actually, we got the information Germany plays versus Bulgaria tomorrow, which is a direct opponent.
encounter, right? And if something goes wrong for Bulgaria in that match, or let's say successful for Germany, suddenly we have huge complication in that group.
Yes, and then FIDE Americas has rather tough opponent China, but also very
big chance for them to catch them, because if they manage to win, they will catch China, and suddenly we will have 4 match points for both teams, which also it's interesting encounter, right? US and Poland, they might fight for the first place, but in general, it's not so important for the final standing.
All right, you guys, this is the end of the second day of FIDE World Women's Team Championship 2023. And we have here the result in Pool A. France won against Egypt 3-1. India lost against Georgia 1-3. And Kazakhstan won another match 2.5 to 1.5 against Ukraine. In Pool B, that was very interesting clash.
Yeah, exactly. As we mentioned, Germany is trying to catch this 4th place, while Bulgaria in the end, they were very happy with the final outcome to score this one important match point. Poland is quite safe, while US-China was a really match which was very tight, and in the end, US prevailed, which, okay, it's some big step for them, but also a big worry for China. Unsuccessful day.
Indeed, and this is the pairings of tomorrow, the first round tomorrow, but in fact it's going to be the 5th round of this segment. We have Ukraine facing France. Georgia will take Kazakhstan. This is the match we're going to take a lot of our attention. Can Georgia stop Kazakhstan scoring all the points or not? Egypt will play against India. And in Pool B, what are the matchups?
Yeah, it will be very interesting day. Yeah, I'm quite excited.
Yes, you guys, tomorrow will be the last day of the qualification, final 2 rounds, and then we're gonna know top 8 teams who are gonna qualify to the knockout system, and very soon we're gonna have new world champion in this competition. So thank you very much for joining us today. We are inviting you tomorrow at 3 p.m. local Central European time to join us to follow the games, because this is so much fun tournament, and we have seen so far really nice games.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Bye.